This is Channels Television. Please stay with us as we officially open our Edo Governorship election studios for robust coverage of today's elections. Our crew is down in Benin City and other parts of the state to ensure minute-by-minute coverage of the polls. Please stay with us as we now go live to Benin City, the state capital.
For 7 o'clock, we are live. And welcome. This is a special coverage of the Edo Governorship election live on Channels Television. I'm Sean Kimbaloye, your anchor for this period of the coverage of the election. Welcome to Channels Television, continuing coverage of this election, and we're bringing you live on the ground all of those things that you need to know, from the sight and the sound, the facts and the figures, and the activities leading up to the moment when the people of Edo State will decide who becomes the next governor for the next 4 years. Welcome on board, everyone, in this very crucial moment for the people of the south-south state of Edo State. Over 4 million people in population and over 2.2 million permanent voter cards that are ready to be activated for this election. How will this election pan out? A lot is at stake. Political parties have done all the politicking and the campaign. 18 of them, 18 political parties, 17 male politicians who have thrown their hat in the ring, 1 female governorship candidate, and those of them who have their names on the ballot will be hoping that they might be lucky to be elected by the people of Edo State. It's a crucial one for them, and the nation is watching. INEC is at the very center of it all, and security agencies are also going to be monitored on how this election will pan out. Let me give you an understanding of some of those things that you need to know. Of course, today we are live for you at the Agbado Model School in Akpakpabava area of Benin City in Edo State. Of course, a lot of things are happening at the same time, and we will be giving you live visuals of how the electoral officials are preparing for this election. Let me give you an understanding of a few things that are very crucial for this election that you need to know as far as the information is concerned to these polls. Of course, we do know that in this election, we have 2,629 and 25, 2,629,025 registered voters that will possibly be on the register. But of course, 2,249,780 permanent voter cards are the cards that have been collected so far, which makes up 85.57% collection rate. And of course, 18 candidates are on the ballot. 4,519 polling units are the polling units that will be activated today. And of course, we're looking at how this election will pan out in this very, very crucial election. I'm sure Wakimare once again. I'm being joined today by a very good friend, Judy Ojo, a political analyst and election observer. Thank you so much, Judy, for joining us.
It's a pleasure, Shu.
How does it feel like? It's been weeks and months of preparation for this exercise.
Exactly. The die is cast, as they say in football. We are down to 0 hour. It's not just the D-Day, but the 0 hour is upon us. And from 8:30 to 2:30 in the afternoon, we'll be looking out for voter turnout. We'll be looking out for how the security agencies will conduct themselves, how INEC officials will be professional in attending to electorate, how the electorate themselves will embrace this exercise. Yesterday, historically, we are told that the last exercise recorded about 24% voter turnout. We are hoping that this time around, we could have it a notch higher, maybe 30%, 35%, 40%, given the competitiveness nature of this exercise today. Many have described today's election as a three-horse race, and nobody can be sure who the next occupier of Osadebe Government House will be on November 11, 2024.
That's the intrigue, isn't it?
Exactly.
When you are in a race and it doesn't look like there is a clear cut
No.
who will get it. But again, one thing that is very interesting is that is the name of the game. Because the uncertainty, the adrenaline pumping up until the very moment. For you, and you've monitored several elections, you've been on the field, what exactly do you think stands this election out from the rest of the elections?
Well, this election is one of the off-cycle off-season governorship election. It's the first for 2024 after the three that were conducted in November of 2024 and 2023. That's Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa. So it's the first off-cycle governorship election in 2024. And after today, INEC will be moving to Ondo in November to conduct the second off-cycle election. But what will be outstanding for me is to see how, the Edolites, as we call them, how they will show their political savviness. Edo people, there is a popular saying, Edo not be Lagos. Edo people are known to be Godfather destroyer. They do not hold Godfather in high esteem. Will there be a Godfather imagined today? Will there be an upset? Will a dark horse, emerge victorious at the end of the day? We are watching. But for me, it's not just the outcome, it's about the process. Can we have a flawless process from INEC? The one that will be devoid of delay in the commencement, the one that we embrace BVAS as accreditation device, making sure that we do not also have incidents of pre-filled result sheets as we had reported in Kogi State. We are also looking at making sure that the presiding officers do not bypass the BVAS in uploading results. We don't want to see results from polling units that did not open. We also don't want to see unprofessional conduct from the security agencies. 35,000 of them, 35,000 had been deployed, aside from 8,000 from armed forces and civil defense. So this place is saturated with security agencies. But we just don't want reports of death or injury or any mishap happening to any member of the Edo States today. I know it's going to be inconvenient. The road has been shut down. Even on our way coming here, we have to get through several roadblocks. But that's the name of the game. It does happen every time there's an election that we shut down the system. It's not good for our house. We should have outgone this situation where we shut down the entire economy of a state or country at the conduct of election. But we'll get there someday. We'll get there. But for me, it's just the process, not really the outcome. The process, I hope it will be flawless.
Interesting. If you look at the PVC collection, and I'm looking at some of the major local government that will catch the eye of anyone in terms of the votes that are available. 2.2 million votes that are available in this election. Of course, 2.6 million registered voters, but 2,249,780. Those are the PVCs that are collected. And I think, Jide, those are the ones that we should concern ourselves with, because the registered voters are not consequential as it is right now. The ones that are consequential now are the PVCs that are in hand. But if you look at it, there's one local government area that we need to focus our attention on. And the senatorial district that we need to focus our attention on, and it's Edo South. And we are in one of those local government area, which is Oredo local government area. So you look at the local government like Ikpobaha, Orionwa, Oredo, Ego, Ovia Southwest, Ovia North. These are all of the local government concentrated in the Edo South senatorial district.
So the interesting part is Edo South determines the political barometer of whoever will win this contest. Edo South alone accounts for 57% of the voting population. So the Edo Central and Edo North actually accounted for less than about 48% of the remaining votes. So two senatorial districts will be scrambling for about 48% of the voting population. But Edo South alone will determine who the next governor of Edo State will be in 2024. By tomorrow, hopefully, the waiting game will be over, and we will know who will be celebrating and who will be murmuring or who will be complaining about the process. But we wait to see. It's an interesting and a very intriguing exercise.
Absolutely. Yeah. Another friend has joined us. In fact, if you say one person that is so used to being right in this spot with me is Ezenwa Nwago, who is the Executive Director of Partners for Electoral Reforms. I'm a member of the board of Yaga Africa, an election observer registered for this election. Ezenwa, it's good to see you yet again.
So we are here again. Excited.
How does it feel? I asked you the same question because you know the way it feels as an election observer, someone who is keenly monitoring the process, and you come on election day, months on over a year preparing for this exercise, and here we are today. Ezenwa.
Well, having done this for a very long time, I have a sense of some sense of anticlimax, if you like. At the end of the day, the hype, the furor, the contestation, the competition then gets to that point where you are then here, and the Armageddon that was predicted doesn't seem to have happened. If you followed social media, they will be asking you if you had insurance coming to Edo State.
Yeah.
But
it felt like war.
That's not what we are seeing. Yeah. The people are trickling out. We hope we have a good day.
And the exciting thing we always say is having to situate our election sports studio right in the middle of a polling unit is also to let people feel what exactly we are feeling on the ground. And in the background, of course, you can see that voters already trickling in. Some of them are on the sideline, but the major activity that you can see right here, of course, you can see the electoral ad hoc officials who are getting ready. If you look at them, it does look at these young people being coordinated by INEC staff. Are getting up. Some of them, this is their very first time. You could see their NYC uniform is sparkling clean and sparkling new, looking like this is they're just fresh out of school, and they are doing this for the very first time.
Well, it's exciting. I think by now they should ordinarily have known that they could be invited to perform this exercise, because the relationship between INEC and the National Youth Service Corps has deepened over the years. And once you are signed into the Corps, the expectation will be that you will have to perform this task. And I think they've been trained. Earlier today, yesterday really, the worry was whether the transport vendors will be able to enhance the punctuality index. But for bringing this to this kind of environment, that you do every off-cycle election period, I don't think anybody does it as better as Channels TV.
Thank you so much.
And what that means is that you can. I used to have a challenge with discussing elections outside of the purview of that election, because the pulse, the heartbeat, the engagement, and like Jide said, the intriguing nature of the election does not come out when you are somewhere, ensconced in one in one area, and then you are discussing election. But here, we are feeling the fields. We are seeing all the stakeholders play their role. We are seeing INEC officials. We are seeing the ad hoc staff. We are seeing the security. We are seeing the voters. Everybody playing in one place. So if we are analyzing them, you have an all-the-sport way of doing that. This place is some kind of lab rat for the way we can engage elections.
It's interesting, Jide. Let's talk through some of what we can see in our background. This is the moment where a lot of people do not see on the camera, on their television, where these young people are getting ready. But if you look at it, what can you notice, or what do you see?
Well, I saw early arrival. It's still some 1 hour, 15 minutes thereabout to commencement of vote. And as we are now at built capacity of election officials over 2 decades now. We've been at it, and we always say, the money shows the day. If you miss early arrival, you cannot start the process early enough. And you could see people are waiting. The electorates are already trickling in. So what this shows is that, at least for this polling unit, INEC seems to have gotten its deployment right to the fact that we've seen the poll officials already trying to set up. We don't know how many polling units will be in this primary school at the end of the day, but it shows clearly that all things being equal, by 8:30, they should start the process of accreditation, and voting should commence. And we hope that weather will comply, will cooperate. I saw you talking about rainmakers and rain catchers. Maybe we need to consult you. It should not rain until evening hours.
The weatherman says 2 hours of rain today we will experience in Edo State, in some part of the state, and already we're feeling it. You can feel a bit of a drizzle already, and how heavy it will be. I think some of you are dressed for it. If you're not dressed for it, you might get wet. But do you have that expectation, Ezewa? We've seen it before anyways. Well, right in the middle of this exercise.
Since we arrived, it's been raining hippos and elephants. But I think that all of this will have been factored in. We've seen canopies. The people that will be challenged will be the voters who may have to breeze the rain to come cast their vote. But whatever is contributed to sustain democracy is important. If we have to engage rainmakers, if we have to pray about it, whatever needs to happen, we need a conducive environment for people to cast their votes. But more importantly is the fact that there is enthusiasm, and that enthusiasm is showing in the way the officials and everybody is coming out to do this. And then Jide was talking about the officials, where Jide, remember, we keep talking about the multi-stakeholder nature of elections and how different people contribute to our success. So we've seen INEC officials, if the vendors, the security agencies are on top of their duty to escort these materials from the rack centers to the polling unit, the punctuality index will show up a bit.
And we look forward to high punctuality on the part of. We know that there will be concerns in that to reach environment. There are 25 communities according to KDI, 25 communities that are out to reach. Maybe we'll get feelers from them later as to how early the poll officials are able to get. But the most embarrassing thing for me over the years has been because of the nature of deploying lads to the city center. INEC has been caught napping by late commencement of votes, even in centers that are around their own.
Where you imagine that logistics should be easier.
Should be on point, but what we are seeing today does not show any inclination to that. I think for us, I think this should be already local government. The poll officials are already setting up. We do hope that by 8:30, the first voter, and we should celebrate whoever is the first voter here, because it's part of the fun.
Yeah.
It's part of the fun to see how people are very enthusiastic to cast their ballot, to participate in the electoral process on who will be their next governor. Interestingly, one unique thing about this election, unlike 2020, was that the incumbent governor is not on the ballot.
Absolutely.
So all the 18 candidates are fresh.
Yeah.
So nobody can say I'm an incumbent. Governor Obaseki is not on the ballot. So he's just promoting his own candidate. Oshiomhole is not on the ballot. He's promoting his own candidate. But Edolas will determine who their next governor
we're talking about
be.
Yeah.
I think we should be cautious in hoisting regime of excuses for the administrators of this election. It didn't just happen. We are aware of those hard-to-reach areas.
Yeah.
INEC has experience. So whatever lessons were learned from 2020 should be deployed into this election to ensure that the so-called hard-to-reach areas. But INEC has what it takes, because they will tell you that development may not get somewhere, but the ballot box.
And don't forget, 18 months or thereabout, elections held in this state too.
Absolutely.
So how did they reach all those areas? And it was a general election.
So that's what I'm saying, that we don't need to begin to find any excuses. We want those materials into every nook and cranny of Edo State where elections should be held today.
No.
And I think INEC understands that, because the challenge of topography, the challenge of infrastructure didn't just happen, and we cannot use it as excuses this period.
All right, if the cameraman can just give a closer look into what is going on in our background, just some commentaries on what our viewers can see right now. Of course, the ad hoc officials, and we can see a sprinkle of election observers who are also monitoring to see what is going on. The people you can see in the green khaki are the INEC ad hoc officials. They're not staff of INEC, but they are being paid to do this job. They're on national compulsory 1-year service to the nation, and this is perhaps part of their service to the nation. They're being given token, something to go home with as an appreciation for their job. But of course, they are here today. They are expectedly, they're supposed to have been trained. That's what we understand. INEC should have trained this personnel. That is the standard. No one can be deployed to an election field without properly being trained by INEC in the procedures of how elections can be conducted. And you can see the collapsible tables and chairs and the election paraphernalia. You can see, of course, this is a rack center right here, and it's going to serve as one of the collation center in this area. This is Agbado School, right there in Akpakpava area of Benin City. Is in Oredo local government area, and you can imagine the kind of population of voters that will come here. Give it the next 1 hour, and this place will be a lot more activated and populated than you do know. And you can see, of course, the different polling units that is going to be stationed right here, right in my background, and of course preparation for the possibility of rain, and they put a tent there. But of course you can see how they're moving around to get the materials ready. But in all of this, right, all of this we go back and forth, looking at the records that they have, and those who will go to which of the polling unit. Usually there is a calculation of the distance from a rack center, especially when you have a collation or a rack center that's not too, the polling units are not supposed to be too far away from here, and you will have a coordinator from INEC who's supposed to coordinate this. But so far, what we're looking at is that the buses are here to convey them, but in another few minutes, we'll just see them really getting out of here today.
Yeah, we do hope so. Thanks for that observation. The art, obviously, is a rack center, but initially we thought it's a polling unit or a set of polling units. But with the buses we are seeing over there, I think it's a rack center, so they have to move from this point to where they will officially perform their civic responsibility. And over the years, I think we need to commend the members of the Nigeria Youth Service Corps. Prior to the coming on board of Professor Atairu Jega, reason why we will testify to that. It used to be that civil servants are majorly used to conduct elections, teachers and civil servants. But Professor Atairu Jega changed all of that and decided to he brought in academics to be part of the electoral process so that they are not just anti-critics. So I think under Professor Maurice Wu, it was an hybrid thing. A percentage of youth service were brought in. But from the time of Professor Atairu Jega, way back in 2010, and we are talking about over 14 years now, the NYSC already has a standing memorandum of understanding with INEC to provide the largest chunk of poll officials. And what we are seeing today, and I do hope that INEC is giving certificates of appreciation to these youth corps members. It's not easy to be part of this process. No matter the stipend that you are given, it cannot compensate. We've seen situations in the past where lives are lost, where people suffer injury for being part of the electoral process. But we hope nobody will die in this election. No one will be injured as a result of conducting this poll. And we are just hoping that the entire value chain of ad hoc staff, starting with these youth corps members, and then the academics who takes on the collation, and then the returning officers who will make the final declaration. In fact, vice chancellors of universities, professors, and, academic juggernauts across our universities are already part of it. So if anybody is finger pointing about whether we are making progress in our election or not, look into the mirror. You have an opportunity to be part of that process. If professors, vice chancellors of universities, professors, doctors, youth corps members, if they are all mobilized to be part of conducting election as volunteers, they are volunteers. But we need to make it abundantly clear that between the time they were trained and deployed and conduct this election, they are technically staff of INEC. And that's why...
Because they are under contract.
Exactly. They are under contract. There is a contractual obligation.
And in fact, there is also an oath that every ad hoc official is supposed to swear to.
Exactly.
In this process. So you are under a contract that you are going to do this and you're going to deliver on certain terms.
So you have to... and the few bad eggs who sell out to politicians, I think we should not use those few elements to characterize the good job majority of these young guys are doing in helping to nurture our democracy. It's not very easy. The reason why civil servants and teachers were jettisoned was because, take for instance, elections in which an incumbent is a contestant, and you are going to be the one to conduct that election.
And perhaps they have not paid the teachers.
You can manipulate the process. But at least for these young ones, they are paid by the federal government. They are not beholden to the state government. They are not beholden to any political party. And that's the wisdom. And I think we are making steady progress. In my own estimation, we are making steady progress. Yes, it's not a flawless process yet. We hope we will up the ante. In my column in The Punch last Wednesday, I was actually saying some of those flaws, very minor flaws, not too significant, that we saw in Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo. We do not want to see them here. Well, I don't want to hear any pre-filled result sheets. I don't want to hear uploading of results that are not in compliance with the provision or what is in the beavers. Yeah. So I just hope we need to highlight that while we commend them, those few bad eggs should have a rethink and do the right thing in Edo.
Yes, citizens have a role to play. Kogi that Jide keeps referring to, it was citizens that exposed the pre-filled result sheets. You will always, Jide, have unscrupulous officials who hawk all kinds of solutions to politicians. But if there is vigilance, especially citizens' vigilance, some of those things will not happen. Why do you want to go and pre-fill result sheets? It was the citizens that said, open, let us see the results, let us see what you are bringing. Because the truth of the matter is that before you open the polls, you are supposed to show. And that's why we talk about punctuality in opening of polls, so that the official has all the time to go through the rituals. What are those rituals? You bring the ballots and show to the voters that I brought this number of ballots, then you keep it. I brought this number of results. But when we create a situation of emergency, then discretion plays. And anywhere you have discretion, corruption is rife. So when we pressure that we want polls to be opened on time, what we are trying to do is to take away discretionary powers of the officials so that they can follow the rules. And when you follow the rules, it's likely. So politicians understand that. That is why they intervene in engaging the vendors. They compromise the vendors not to come out on time, whether marine vendors or the land vendors. If they don't come out on time, the consequence of it, the huge consequence of it, is discretion. The officials can now say, oh, we have lost time, there is no need to show anybody anything, and then you just go on. But more critically is the fact that INEC has a responsibility to learn lessons. Because the whole idea of election observation, the whole idea of what Channels TV and others keep doing every time is not a show. We are not doing show. It's not a razzmatazz. It is for lessons to be learned. As you show this polling unit, the officials are watching to be sure that the different indexes that they are supposed to follow are ticked. And if you've done this for decades and you can't get to a point where we have at least 70-80% optimal performance, then there's a challenge with that. The security agencies have responsibility to also understand that they've been doing this over and over and that there are lessons to be learned. Each election must provide an opportunity for progress. Each election must provide an opportunity for things that do not diminish us as a people. The international community, everyone, the whole of Nigeria is glued on television this morning watching Edo people. And that, for me, is important in determining what happens today. All right, we'll see monitoring for you and covering for you every detail of what is happening right here in Edo State. We are in the Agbado School in Akwapava area of Benin City, in Oredo local government, exactly. One of the biggest in terms of the voting population. We'll go on a break, everyone. But when we return, we still have our eyes close to what is happening on the ground for you, a coverage that you cannot blink on. The Edo State Governorship Election 2024. We'll be right back, everyone. Stay with us.
When you think of Nigeria, do you see the potential for greatness? Then you might be exactly who we're looking for. We're seeking young founders, visionaries, and change makers in the business of doing good. Do you run an innovative startup that takes on one or more of Nigeria's social challenges? If you want to win a 30 million naira grant, expert mentorship, and access to an exclusive network of influential business leaders, your journey begins here. Apply now to be a contestant on the second season of our thrilling social enterprise competition show, Fund It Forward. Apply now at www.funditforward.tv. Fund It Forward, a channel's original series. Coming soon.
Welcome to Art House. I'm Melinda. Coming up on today's episode of the program.
Life is a stage. A bold canvas. Splash some paint on it. Spring some rice while at it. Then enjoy it on Art House. We see life in beautiful curves, crafts, colours, and most exciting forms. Join us as we savour intriguing sights and sounds. At these times, Art House, life is art.
Edo State Governorship Election 2024 is here. The spotlight falls on the heartbeat of the nation as the election day draws closer. 18 candidates jostle for affirmation of over 2.6 million voters in the 192 wards of 18 local government areas in the 3 senatorial districts of the state. As the 4,519 polling units in the state come alive, eyes on one seat. And Channels Television is your guide, combing all the nooks and corners of the state for the stories you need to know that the will of the people may prevail. We are indeed ubiquitous. Follow us to get updates on the web, socials, and on TV. Edo Election 2024, live on Channels Television.
The Edo State Governorship election is one of the off-cycle polls scheduled for this year. As part of election monitoring efforts, the civil society organization Impact Development Initiative, KDI, has opened its situation room in Benin City.
Of COVID-19. But we have
representatives from the European Union Election Observer Team, other civil society organizations, and members of the media are here to get first-hand information about how the progress of the election can be tracked.
One of the things we have to look at, and we have raised with INEC, and we are also raising with you, because this briefing is also to assist us as you go to engage in this election, is how prepared are we for this? You understand? In terms of protection of election materials, in terms of protection of even the security agencies, in terms of canopy in some places that are not under the shade, and then the possibility, if it rains heavily, the possibility of late commencement or the possibility of election moving deep into the night. So these are a lot of possibility here, but how prepared we are for this. And then again, if this goes the other way, these 2 hours can be constant, and it can also mean there is also a possibility, if this is too much, there is also a possibility of, okay, we may have to shift this election to the next day.
Now, despite predictions of possible rainfall, the Independent National Electoral Commission has assured the public of its readiness to conduct the poll. However, there are growing concerns about unidentified individuals seen lurking around some local government offices of the Commission. Now, away from there, but in a related security development, the Inspector General of Police has announced the restriction of movement across the state. He also banned all security aides and escorts from accompanying VIPs to polling units and collation centers. This message was conveyed by the Force's Public Relations Officer.
To ensure a peaceful, transparent, and credible electoral process during the upcoming Edo off-cycle election scheduled for Saturday, September 21, 2024. In preparation for the election, the Inspector General of Police has ordered the restriction of all vehicular movement on roads, waterways, and other forms of transportation from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on election day. That is tomorrow, Saturday, 25 September 2024.
Call it a last-minute rush, and you may not be wrong. As the people of Edo gear up for this all-important election, the streets are busy, sirens blaring, and of course, the key stakeholders are promising that everything is under control.
The energy here in Benin, the royal city, appears to be positive, and that is palpable even among the residents who share their hopes and expectations ahead of the poll.
As you can see, I'm just I'm going to Ipaku village, that is of local government, where I'm just ready for
It's for the next governor to continue from where this present one stopped. Like a good road, electricity, and good education. That's what we just need.
The 2024 Edo State Governorship election will see 17 political parties contesting, with 16 male candidates and 1 female candidate, all vying for the governorship seat for the next 4 years. Dari Idowu, Channels Television News.
Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com. Click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
Around 5:30 or so, I went to Orode, and the whole place, I can't understand. But security is there. They are not touching anybody. They are not beating anybody. But what I was told last night was that they want to make sure that they are securing their property. I can't understand. That they don't want anybody to tamper with it. But we have security there. They're still there. I want to tell you, I want to actually promise you, I am in charge of Edo. And I want to do the right thing. Even though I'm not everywhere, I want to do the right thing in Edo. And I think that we will conduct this election free, fair, and credible.
Operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission are in this town. I held a meeting with them. These operatives of EFCC will be working with us to ensure we deal a big blow on vote buyers. We have intelligence that some people in Benin have actually printed fake tags for fake election observers and monitors. We're working on that, and I will be using this opportunity to warn persons who are involved in this plot that their cover has already been blown. Your cover has already been blown. The best thing for you to do is to stop at this point in time. If you have also made fake uniforms of any of the law enforcement agency in Nigeria, and you intend to collude political thugs and criminals with these uniforms, apparel, or accoutrements of legitimate law enforcement agents, we are also coming after you.
So much, everyone. Is a continuing coverage of the Edo Governorship Election 2024 live on Channels Television. We are live for you right here in Agbado School in Akpakpava area of Benin City in Oredo local government area. And of course, Jide Ojo and Ezenwa has been my company on this stretch of our coverage this early morning. So far, it's been so good, isn't it? we're gradually moving towards the top of the hour, then the half hour when the process will begin. But what can you notice? I see that you took a moment during the break to move around, you and Jide. What did you notice?
I'm seeing a plethora of journalists from outside of the city. It seems that Abuja is emptied in terms of your colleagues and that shows the enthusiasm. I call election a festival of the people. And what does that mean? We want this democracy sustained, consolidated. And every one of us is making little contribution and sacrifices. Because no matter what you say, as observers, as journalists, who will fly, who will come by road to observe this election and cover it, the sacrifice is not something you can quantify. And we are all doing this to see to it that the liberties, the freedom that our people, I just hope that those who eventually appropriate this democracy can use it for the betterment of the lives and well-being of the citizens of the country.
Gino, what did you notice from going around this polling unit?
If you look towards the back, the polling units that are going to be setting up here are already at work. They are pasting voters list on the wall. So when voters come, they check their name on the register that has already been pasted. I can say a couple of polling units are setting up, which is a good development. But the ones that should go out to another place, the vehicle is here to move. If you look towards my right, the two vehicles that have been hired to deploy to polling units are yet to leave this rack center, and that for me is a warning sign. I don't know why the delay. They should have been on their way to their polling units.
From what I see, we might be having up to 6 or 7 polling units right in this center.
Yeah, sure.
From what I see, I see about 3 on this side and almost 4 behind me. So we might find almost 7 polling units in this center. But guys, let's talk about the security deployment and what you can see, because security activities leading up to election or security deployment for an election is not only on the election day. You also see, of course, right there you can see for you one of the vehicles conveying the materials and the staff. Well, it may not be in the best condition that one can imagine, but of course, well, they make do with one. And you can see, I just hope that the guy hanging by the door is totally safe to be able to get through this journey. And an official lapping on his laps, he has the bucket for the ballot papers there, and they're ready to roll out. They might not go too far. Right on the roof, of course, are the tables, the cubicles for casting ballots. I don't know why they have to roll back, but of course, that is what it looks like. If you are wondering what this exercise, and the kind of thing that you get right on this kind of spot is this kind of situation where spontaneously you find the activities live for you, and it gives you a sense of what it looks like wherever you may be watching, either in Nigeria or overseas. This is the election coverage right here. But of course, I'm not the only one covering this election for you. I have my colleagues right in every senatorial district of this state covering for you. Let me take you to my colleague, Dare Dowu, who is live for us in Ego, local government area. Dare, what can you see? What more do we know as far as this election is concerned? Dare Dowu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sheung. I'm at Ego local government, as you have mentioned, and this is a rack. Right here, when we got here, the ad hoc officials were just setting up where they have all their materials, the sensitive and the non-sensitive materials, they have them packed. I think around, say, 7:30, they were ready to go. But at some point, an official told them that they could leave, but without the police at that point. But some party officials came around and insisted that there is no way they would move out of this center without being accompanied by the police. But I think that has been resolved now. The police are on ground and the vehicles are moving one after the other, which is going to happen. But let me also take you through what is... Okay. So would you like to talk to us?
They are not fully on ground as such.
Okay, so that's an INEC official who is trying to let us know that the police are not fully on ground because that is why you still have a lot of vehicles still waiting until they are fully on ground. That is where you see them moving. I don't know if you can move the camera around a little bit, and that is what you see now. Some of the officials are moving to their various polling units. Some of them are nearby. Some of them walked away from these center earlier because they could actually walk down to their various polling units. So this is what is actually happening here at these particular polling units. So they have about 8 polling units and they have everything set up already. So this is what 7. They say this is Unit 9, Unit 8, Unit 6, and okay. So let me quickly talk to an official here who is trying to help me out with some details. So, what unit is this and what is this?
Okay, this is what 7 units 10.
So, are you guys ready? Once it's 8:30, do you think you can commence the poll?
Sure, we can.
So, do you have all your cubicles, all your materials, everything sorted, and the beavers?
Everything is ready, sorted as supposed.
Yes, so an official, an ad hoc official just told me now that they are ready on this side, and as soon as it is that time, 8:30, polls will open, and that is when they are ready to go as soon as people start approaching. But before people approach the desk, though, of course, it is procedural for them to come here first, check their names, if it's on the register, before they start approaching the desk, Sheon.
That is live for us from Ego, local government area of Edo State. Thank you so much for your coverage. Of course, we will be seeing some other colleagues of mine that will be coming in your face as to give you updates on what this election is all about. But that's Ego for us. But what we can see here, there seems to be a delay in that vehicle that was going now. But you guys were making a commentary about the quality of the transportation earlier.
The vehicle is wicked, but I think what may have delayed their departure is the police security that should accompany them. You could see from when we went to Ego, the policemen just came around. But I'm not sure that car or that vehicle will take any one more person, given the state of the vehicle itself. But I think, it's a conversation, isn't it? It's a conversation that will be had over time. Can INEC afford to procure all the vehicles it needs? The point is, no. And you could just imagine the enormity of resources you need. When you rely on third party, you were asking Professor Gamos yesterday night about whether the INEC has paid these transport unions, and she confirmed that 50% have been paid. But this is almost 5 minutes to 8 a.m. These vehicles that are meant to serve some polling units are yet to leave here. And that's a red flag that those polling units whose materials are here will most likely start late. And that's where it starts. It's a roller coaster that we don't wish to happen in an environment where there is no issue with road, where there is it's not raining yet, so the weather is clear. One should have thought that this kind of challenge, we will have overcome it by now.
Ezenwa was not going to give that vehicle a clearance to go on the road considering the state of it. But I mean, the University of Benin students, that's the transportation, I guess, goes on their campus.
Every vehicle in Benin is that is what do they call it? It's a franchise. It's a franchise that the students give out to transport owners to be able to. So once you see Uniben students, you may not necessarily have a license. So since you are students, they waive. But that's not the challenge. The challenge is this. Because of the challenges that has been thrown up over a period of time, INEC also went into a memorandum of understanding with the Nigerian Union of Road Transport Workers and NATO as well. So, but now they also brought in the road, what do they call, road safety officials to clear these vehicles. So for the period of clearance, they bring very good vehicles. But during deployment, they bring this sort of vehicles that you have. But the beauty of it is that all of this is from a rack center to a polling unit. And the distance from a rack center, like you said earlier, to a polling unit should not be that challenging.
Within 15 to 30 minutes.
One of the things, Jide, that causes some of the lateness that you see is that all of this has to be escorted.
Exactly.
By
security agents.
So, and I've been talking about the mix that makes all of what happens in an election possible. So you see that the security agencies have a role to play in the punctuality for opening of polls. If they don't come out on time to escort these materials, this vehicle will not take one step out of this place except there are security agents.
And then what the challenge I see here is that there are no operational vehicles for police on ground here. Not to my knowledge, all the vehicles I see here, none of them is a police vehicle. So how then will
it's possible that the vehicles are outside.
Maybe they are outside of these premises,
for the police,
but then, you know, it's a logistical chain. Police stations do not even have enough operational vehicles themselves. And you deployed over 40,000 security agencies who have to escort, materials. I don't know whether they have budget for hiring vehicles that will escort, that will for policemen who will escort these materials, because that body should not be borne by INEC.
No, it's never borne by INEC. The National Security Advisor has taken over the coordination of the budget of the security agencies, and that itself is also in terms of because of the NSA, because of the...
I'm telling you, the committee is the election access.
Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security.
But this access is in paper. Your colleagues were there when we asked DIG Frank Mba at the briefing with civil society and the media. And I told him, I said, what we've seen in past elections is some kind of territorialism, where the DSS is making its own call, the army is making its own call, and you are here addressing the media without all of these people. I thought that this was going to be an access briefing rather than police briefing, because that is our sense of what, he said, all of us are working together and all of that. But the budget for security provision in the election is not borne by INEC. INEC provides stipends.
They have disembarked.
INEC provides stipends for, both the security agencies for feeding, since they also will be feeding their own staff.
We're monitoring what is going on here, and this could be typical for what you will see in most of the rack centers on a major polling unit, because in the next 30 minutes, that is when the ballot should open. And when that happens, when you cannot find some of these officials in their centers yet, it tells you one thing, that there might be delay in the commencement of the exercise. We are in the heart of Benin City, Oredo local government area. And this is one of the major centers which sees the coordination of materials and officials. And of course, there seems to be some logistical encumbrances and complexities that have experienced. They had to disembark from this vehicle. For what purpose exactly, one cannot tell, but we're monitoring for you. It gives you a sense of what you could see or what could be happening in several areas. So any of the polling unit that is lucky to be in the RAC center could have an early start to the exercise. But those of them who are to transport out of here are maybe experiencing some of this delay. And of course, in the Agbado school here in Akwapava area of Benin City, this is what you can see, and you can get a sense of what could be happening elsewhere. But for me, it does look like there seems to be hierarchy in the organization, which our electoral process has also, the guideline, the electoral law has also put in place, and we are seeing that happening right here. What the problem could be, I still cannot wrap my head around it, but yeah, these guys were supposed to have moved out 10 minutes ago, but yeah, they're still here today.
Quite unfortunately, I have always given INEC benefit of doubt, and I know the cost, enormous cost of conducting elections. And what we are seeing now is about a minute or two past 8 a.m. If this vehicle hasn't taken off from here, don't forget, not all of these gentlemen and ladies that are going to conduct elections are going to the same polling unit. So there will be drop-off at different places. If they are yet to leave here at this time, obviously there will be late commencements of poll. And that is why elections sometimes drag into late in the night or get postponed. And some of these issues that are just being sorted out should have been sorted out well before today. Training has been done, posting has been made, procurement has been done, materials have been distributed. Now to move from RAC, because it used, I mean, everyone will bear me out that we don't used to have registration area center until it was part of solution. INEC
to bridge that
logistical challenge.
Because INEC, I remember this RAC centers came in 2019.
I think
it was 2019. No, I think it was 2019 because when the introduction of RAC Center came in 2019, in the exit of Jega,
yes.
Because it was in the exit of Jega, when you remember in 2011...
Jega left in 2015.
2015, yeah.
And Mahmoud came in November 2015.
Yeah. So it was around 2019 when RAC Centers came, and it was supposed to bridge the gap between the INEC office and the local government.
So I don't think we should make this a sociological problem. It is possible that there are people who have boarded this vehicle who are not supposed to be here. I think there's a sorting.
I'll ask one of our producers to find out what could be the delay in the movement of that vehicle so that we can understand, maybe learn one or two lessons from that. But away from this, Ezenwa, is also the issue of security. And there are standards to what security means for every polling unit. There is the quota for the deployment for security here. But what can you see so far?
Well, so when we say security, most times we just refer to the police. And you did mention earlier that there is the Intelligence Consultative Committee. So it's a potpourri of different security agencies coming together. So it is possible you have civil defense, and I'm seeing quite a lot of them. If you just look behind you, you will see about 3 of them walking around. You have seen policemen around. It is also possible that there are other security agents. So for the standard is about four security agents per polling unit, unarmed security agents per polling unit, and then in the outer layer, you are likely going to see armed security, and in the outer layer, you are going to see the army, who have responsibility for
checkpoints, perimeters of the state, and
all of that,
and the city.
But within, they have said that they are deploying. Police have said they are deploying 35
1,000
policemen. And I told the DIG that it's about value for money. We want to be able to be sure that when you deploy the 35, he reeled out, even yesterday on your program, he reeled out how civil society, observers and media all put pressure on, the security provisioning. But what is important is that there has to be value for money. We want to see the different stakeholders that he talked about protected and having a sense, of real protection. And with the number that we have, Jide talked about 40,000. When you add up what other agencies are contributing, we should be able to see that, get that feeling that there is security. But coming from our situation room, our data center, I saw that the state is very well policed and ready for this election.
Interesting. We understand that the delay, just like Jide rightly suspected, was due to a security escort that they needed. Actually, a lot of people need to understand that security is part of the team to conduct the election. They are not an appendage. They're actually part of the conduct of the exercise, because that is also captured in the whole organization. So we understand that security was the issue. The police or the security operatives to escort them between here and the polling unit is what they are expecting and waiting for.
It leaves a sore taste in the mouth that in this 21st century, and with all the years, 25 years of conducting elections, we've conducted 7 general elections from 1999. This remains a sticky point. And that's why sometimes, there's also a local government election going on in Kwara State today, and maybe 1 or 2 other states.
In Imo State.
In Imo State and 1 or 2 other states. So when INEC, with all the years of experience and funding on first line charge and all the billions we use to conduct elections, when it's having delay in commencement of poll, people are going to say, what do you expect for SEC? Many elections held by SEC don't start until maybe around 9-10. But the point is, we should not be doing finger pointing. We should be looking at solutions. What solution will make it? Because these policemen and other security agencies also had their own briefings, and they ought to have been here much earlier than now, with their own operational vehicle to escort the materials out of this place. This is not looking good. The optics does not look good for a rec center in the arts in the state capital that is yet to even go. And it takes about 40 minutes or thereabout to set up at the polling units. You could see behind you, they have to paste the voters register, photocopy of the voters register. They have to man the collapsible register. They have to cordon off somewhat, and all of that takes a bit of time. So we have to live with it. We have no other country. But I just hope
we've got to do the finger pointing, Jide. You know why we have to do the finger pointing? In the finger pointing is the recommendation. And what we have said over a period of time is that the security agencies cannot start a roll count in the morning of elections, which is what is going on now. In their different divisions, they are still doing parade and trying to. So if you know that in the stakeholder pyramid for elections, the security agencies occupy a very important place in that. And I think that, like you said, the optics are not good, but we hope that in just a few minutes' time, this will be resolved. And even if it's not resolved immediately, what we expect is that once the poll starts, they must ensure that everyone everyone who is on the queue, who is on the line to perform this very important responsibility is allowed to vote eventually.
But you know, my worry, Ezenwa, is that when voters gather at polling units and they don't see INEC officials, it sets them off to restiveness. They become restive.
That's why I talked about discretion.
And then when they become restive, they start making serious posts on social media about hijack of election materials, about certain individuals not wanting them to cast their ballot. All of this could have been, checkmated by everybody who's supposed to have a role being at their duty post early enough. We could see some policemen just arriving.
The INEC officials are here. That's what is important. The ballot papers are here, and the ballot boxes are here.
But they cannot move until when the security
we need to pinpoint where the problem is right now. If it is security agencies, let those who have responsibility to do their job do it immediately and get these vehicles getting out of here.
Let's give you an understanding of what is happening in other parts of the state. Let's touch base with what is happening in Ego local government area, which is in the South Senatorial District of Edo State. Of course, earlier on, we have our correspondent Darido, who was reporting live for us, and we could see HADOC officials and INEC officials getting ready for the exercise. From Ego local government area, of course, you will see at about a few minutes before 8 o'clock, we saw INEC HADOC officials who are still at the RAC center waiting to be escorted by police to their respective polling units. This is similar to what is being experienced right there also. From there, of course, we can give you some pictures of what has happened in Idin Rio community in Ewohimi, in Eshen Southeast local government area of the state. Our reporter reporting live from there says things are calm and quiet, and there are no signs of INEC officials and other stakeholders for the governorship election just yet. The Idin Road Primary School is the polling unit of the PDP candidate as at 7:20 a.m. That is the sort of report that we're getting from the ground. So that is what you can see. In that area, it does look like a slow start, but I do know within the next 15 minutes, you can see that the polls will open. That is the official moment when the exercise is supposed to commence, Ezenwa. But in all of this, one thing that is important is that when this exercise commences, it gets underway effectively, you may not be able to stop it until the very end, because the anticipation and the enthusiasm from the voter is going to be very, very intense.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, what is important is that they cast their votes, and we should continue to hold the feet of those who have responsibility to make this happen, to do what they have to do. Everywhere you go around the state, you know, Jide, you've been around for a while. The enthusiasm has been very, 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 very high. I keep saying it, that if you frustrate the possibility of opening polls on time, you create a situation in which manipulation becomes easy. Subtle manipulation, because once you do not follow the process, once you jump the process, then you have created a room for all kinds of situations. And I hope there is no intentionality in all of this, because that's where the challenge is. If we are creating chaos, deliberate, intentional chaos, to then be able to do what is untoward. For instance, I do not see these guys are going to be conducting election, and they are standing for nearly 30 minutes of just standing on their feet. By the time they get to do the work itself, they are probably even already exhausted, and I think that is a huge challenge.
Let me give you an understanding. If the cameraman can just go closer to one of the polling units so that I can give you a sense of what could happen within the next few minutes. And of course, you can see that on the wall, there are notices, including the register of voters, which, of course, this is the very first call of any voter to find out whether or not his or her name is on the roll. As a registered voter, you need to find out if your name is on the ballot. When you find out if your name is on the ballot, then you can actually then go for accreditation. From the accreditation, you can go get the ballot and cast your vote. That is the likelihood of what could happen today. And so you could see that at every polling unit in this rack center, you have the roll and the register of voters on the wall. That is what you see mostly, that some of the voters who are calling here, because if your name is not on the register, you cannot vote. Forget the fact that you have your permanent voter card. That is not a guarantee. It's a layer on it. Your name has to be on the register. It has to be captured in a particular polling unit, from a particular polling unit. Then it has to also be on the beavers in the polling unit where you are supposed to vote. So these are layers upon which the accreditation and the voting exercise will rely on. Solidly, permanent voter cards, the beavers, and of course the register. Those are three key elements in this election, and you've got to be to be aligned in all of this. And this is very critical, isn't it, Jude?
Very, very important. We just hope we should remain optimistic and upbeat that all shall be well, and that we'll get up to a very good start, and that the election shall be peaceful and shall be credible. We are most likely going to see a potpourri of early commencement and late commencement. This is barely 30 minutes to the start of poll. The vehicles conveying some of the election materials for Agbado Rack Center is still here. It hasn't left. So definitely for those polling units where these poll officials are going to work, they will go most likely 100% certain they are going to start late. But for those who are in luck, whose center is Agbado Primary School in Akpakpava area of Edo State, or or Edo local government, we could see about 6, 7, 8 polling units are already set. They are doing the final check on their resources, on their election materials, and voters are already trickling in, and that's a very good omen of how seriously people take this exercise. We just hope everything will be peaceful. Maybe we expect too much, Ezenwa. Maybe we expect, you and I have observed the election across, other countries, and when we see high-level performance, elections being flawless, we want same replicated in our climb. This is an off-cycle governorship election. This is not a general election. And there has never been a time INEC said they don't have enough resources to conduct elections.
But Jide, what is the percentage of what we are seeing when you compare to what overall? So because it's important that we are also nuanced.
Exactly. We do not know how many of the rack centers are facing
so we are hoping that Yaga Africa can give us a sense of what
the PVT,
the PRVT now, that they can show us a sense of how many of the officials are on ground by 7:30. If I had my phone here, perhaps I would have been able to see what that is. But this is not a representation and cannot be a proper representation. We need KDI, Yaga, and the rest of Situation Room to throw in those figures right now, so that we are able to know and have a general sense.
All right.
Because this is infinitesimal in terms of how you look at the 100, almost how many polling units you have.
Yes,
over
4,519. Now, what is important is that you, our viewers, you, the voters, you, the people of Nigeria, are the most important and most critical in all of this. And that's why we're giving you, we are your eyes on the ground, and to keep track of what is happening for you. So stand by, everyone. We go on the break, and when we come back, it will be time for us to get ready for the start and the commencement of the polls. We'll be right back, everyone, after this break. Join us again.
Have a burning desire to transform your country? Can you drive this change with a profitable business? Then this is your moment. Seize the chance to win a grant of 30 million naira, gain top-tier mentorship from industry titans, and connect with an elite network of business leaders. Channels Television is once again on the hunt for young, ambitious, relentless social entrepreneurs ready to shine on the second season of the business competition show, Funded Forward. Apply now at www.fundedforward.tv. Funded Forward, a Channels original series. Apply now.
I'm Ifeoma Williams, your guide on this transformative journey.
Welcome to Transform Her, the first of its kind on-air coaching program exclusively on Channels Television.
I define a product as that perfect thing that people are ready to part with their money for.
In a male-dominated environment, being required to uphold a position of leadership.
The good, the bad, the ugly, they all pull together to make you this woman and this person that you can be.
Join us in shaping the future of African female leadership as we provide practical resources for entrepreneurs and aspiring C-suite leaders. Every Wednesday at 4:30 p.m. West African time, we bring you expert interviews, transformative coaching, and the tools you need for exponential personal and professional growth. Transform Her, because it's time to unlock your potential and lead with purpose.
Hello, and a warm welcome to our house. I'm Melinda. Coming up on today's episode of the program.
Life is a stage. A bold canvas. Splash some paint on it. Spray some rice while at it. Then enjoy it on our house. You see, life
life in beautiful curves, parts, colours, and most exciting forms. Join us as we savour intriguing sights and sounds at these times. Art House, life is art.
Edo State Governorship Election 2024 is here. The spotlight falls on the heartbeat of the nation as the election day draws closer. 18 candidates jostle for affirmation of over 2.6 million voters in the 192 wards of 18 local government areas in the 3 senatorial districts of the state. As the 4,519 polling units in the state come alive, eyes on one seat. And Channels Television is your guide, combing all the nooks and corners of the state for the stories you need to know that the will of the people may prevail. We are indeed ubiquitous. Follow us to get updates on the web, socials, and on TV. Edo Election 2024, live on Channels Television.
Around 5:30 or so, I went to Orode, and the whole place, I can't understand. But security is there. They are not touching anybody. They are not beating anybody. But what I was told last night was that they want to make sure that they are securing their property. I can't understand. That they don't want anybody to tamper with it. But we have security there. They are still there. I want to tell you, I want to actually promise you, I am in charge of Edo. And I want to do the right thing. Even though I'm not everywhere, I want to do the right thing in Edo. And I think that we will conduct this election free, fair, and credible.
Operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission are in this town. I held a meeting with them. These operatives of EFCC will be working with us to ensure we deal a big blow on vote buyers. We have intelligence that some people in Benin have actually printed fake tags for fake election observers and monitors. We're working on that, and I will be using this opportunity to warn persons who are involved in this plot that their cover has already been blown. Your cover have already been blown. The best thing for you to do is to stop at this point in time. If you have also made fake uniforms of any of the law enforcement agency in Nigeria, and you intend to collude political talks and criminals with these uniforms, apparel, or accoutrements of legitimate law enforcement agents, we are also coming after you.
Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com. Click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
The Edo State Governorship election is one of the off-cycle polls scheduled for this year, and as part of election monitoring efforts, the civil society organization Impact Development Initiative, KDI, has opened its Situation Room in Benin City.
Of COVID-19. But we have
representatives from the European Union Election Observer Team, other civil society organizations, and members of the media are here to get first-hand information about how the progress of the election can be tracked.
One of the things we have to look at, and we have raised with INEC, and we are also raising with you, because this briefing is also to assist us as you go to engage in this election, is how prepared are we for this? You understand? In terms of protection of election materials, in terms of protection of even the security agencies, in terms of canopy in some places that are not under the shade, and then the possibility, if it rains heavily, the possibility of late commencement or the possibility of election moving deep into the night. So these are a lot of possibility here, but how prepared we are for this. And then again, if this goes the other way, these 2 hours can be constant, and it can also mean there is also a possibility, if this is too much, there is also a possibility of, okay, we may have to shift this election to the next day.
Now, despite predictions of possible rainfall, the Independent National Electoral Commission has assured the public of its readiness to conduct the poll. However, there are growing concerns about unidentified individuals seen lurking around some local government offices of the Commission. Now, away from there, but in a related security development, the Inspector General of Police has announced the restriction of movement across the state. He also banned all security aides and escorts from accompanying VIPs to polling units and collation centers. This message was conveyed by the Force's Public Relations Officer.
To ensure a peaceful, transparent, and credible electoral process during the upcoming Edo off-cycle election scheduled for Saturday, September 21, 2024. In preparation for the election, the Inspector General of Police has ordered the restriction of all vehicular movement on roads, waterways, and other forms of transportation from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on election day. That is tomorrow, Saturday, 25 September 2024.
Call it a last-minute rush, and you may not be wrong. As the people of Edo gear up for this all-important election, the streets are busy, sirens blaring, and of course, the key stakeholders are promising that everything is under control.
The energy here in Benin, the royal city, appears to be positive, and that is palpable even among the residents who share their hopes and expectations ahead of the poll.
As you can see, I'm just passing now. I'm going to Ipaku village, that is their local government, where I'm just heading to.
It's for the next governor to continue from where this present one stopped. Like a good road, electricity, and good education. That's what we just need.
The 2024 Edo State Governorship election will see 17 political parties contesting, with 16 male candidates and 1 female candidate, all vying for the governorship seat for the next 4 years. Dari Idowu, Channels Television News.
Thank you so much, everyone, for staying with us. We're live for you. This is our continued coverage of the Edo governorship election, where the hour we've all been waiting for is here. Ezenwa and Jide, 8:30, we've crossed that moment when the official commencement of the exercise as stipulated by the INEC guideline. It's 8:30 or past 8:30 in Nigeria here, in Benin City, and of course here at the Akwapafa School here. And of course, I'm not sure that voting or accreditation has started in any of these polling units, but what we do know that have been resolved is that the polling unit officials and the ad hoc officials who are waiting to be dispatched have now officially gone, and the rest are still waiting. So, guys,
it's a shuttle. The shuttle bus has eventually left, but there are still some of their, should I say, commuters that are waiting. But the first batch has gone. Hopefully, maybe the delay will not be too significant. But I could count about 10 polling units where we are now. Yeah. 10 cubicles. More or less.
It's one of the largest polling centers in the city.
Yes.
And Ezewa, we've been looking at Edo election. The Edo election is here. Officially, the polls has opened. The poll has officially opened across the state, officially.
I tell you, Shehu, like I keep saying, I don't know any other station that does it as good as Channel does it. Yeah. The exciting part of this work for me is that in those days when we started Situation Room, we used to be holed up in a room. And some of us said, look, doing an election analysis inside a room doesn't make sense. Can we get into the field and see what's going on there? And Channels is providing that opportunity for people at home to have a feel of what's going on in Edo State, real time.
Absolutely.
And that, for me, is a game changer for television watching in Nigeria, election television watching. What's going on right here? What's going on right here is that the security agencies, I want to put it on record that INEC officials, as at 7 o'clock when I entered these premises, we are already on ground.
Absolutely.
And we need to put that on record, that the security agencies who have responsibility to escort them came in by 8:30 to take people out of this place to the polling unit where they'll be working.
So it is not sometimes the fault of INEC. INEC cannot do, or INEC officials and his paraphernalia cannot do it all by themselves.
Transport workers, there are 2 vehicles here to take these officials, and there are more people to be taken out. So Jide humorized it by calling it a shuttle. So we are going to have people shuttling, dropping off people, and coming out to do that. And I think that we should not continue to allow that to happen.
Absolutely. Because what we're seeing right now is that this is 6 minutes past the moment for the start and the commencement of the exercise, and yet it's a waiting game for some officials who are here. Guys, give me a moment. Let me take a quick walk around here. Maybe our viewers can be able to see some of what is happening. These are officials who are waiting for their turn. Jide called it a shuttle, but then a shuttle that maybe you may not be able to know when the shuttle will come, but hopefully for them, they might have a clarity on when they will leave this place. And of course, you can see right here, they are waiting. Their paraphernalia for this work is also waiting for them. And you could see them sitting and waiting. They are deployed from this rack center. Basically, this is a major hub for this election to commence. And of course, you can see them waiting. Not any fault of theirs. They were here as early as possible. They've got everything they need to start this exercise. But what is delaying them? Where you can beat it. Security, they say they need to get out of here. But if you look right in front of the camera, a polling unit across that line in front of those classrooms where this exercise, of course, will come. We should have commenced anyways. Officially, the polls have opened, and yes, election should have commenced. And you can see some more police officers who are getting geared up and getting ready to come in and perhaps trying to get a sense of what is going on. But what will be important is when these personnel will be deployed and will move out of here. Let's take a sense of some of the people that have come in. We see some more senior police officers who are coming through the gate right now. And of course, when we imagine why the delay of these guys have been prolonged more than necessary. They need more boots on the ground to get them out of here. But unfortunately, some of them who slept in this rack center are waiting to get the job done, but they cannot do it until they get out of here. But if you look far away into the polling unit right across in the classroom, you will see that these polling officials have commenced their work. They have actually started their work. This is part of the election process. You check your name on the register. When you check your name, Then you approach the officials, and you can see the voters who are already calling whether or not their name is on the ballot. When they check that, then they go to the officials. So we're giving you a closer insight into what is happening. So you have about 10 polling units right here in this Akpakpava area of Benin City. Is an Oredo local government area, one of the largest polling center right in the city of Benin. So this is what it looks like right here. Activities are getting geared up, and you can see, of course, what it looks like in some of these polling units. Let me take you to one of the polling units where some of this exercise is getting started. And you could see that the instructions are being read to them.
Because if you please cross-check the instructions that will be given to you, because if you vote invalid, your vote will not count. We're still going to show you the vote for accredited votes. For example, now this is our valid votes. As you can see, these are clear choices. On top, the space allocated, you go thumbprint inside them. Or if you vote on top the party logo, it's still acceptable. It's still acceptable. But in this kind of situation where it's in between two parties, it will be void. So if una dey vote, make una dey careful, make una know how una take the vote, so that your vote go count. If you vote and the day for another place, you no go count. So make sure that you vote on top party, inside the allocated box. So we can proceed, and we have already confirmed that our accredited voters here is zero. So we need 2 queues. Once you have been accredited and your name, we will check the register over there to confirm if your name is registered. Proceed there. Thank you.
All right, instructions given in this polling unit, and that is the procedure. The ad hoc officials, who is supposed to be the leading official for the polling unit, is expected to read out the instruction from the INEC guideline for the exercise, and the voters are supposed to listen and follow the instructions. Then the exercise will commence. Let's look at one of the transparency procedure for this election. If you just a moment. So he has removed the tape to show that there hasn't been any tampering of it. So you can see empty ballot box. Yes, you can see it right there. And that tells you that it's being, the tape off the ballot box has been cut, and to tell you that this is ready. And of course, I told you earlier on, we've seen more police officers and more polling units right there for you. And you can see things are really getting started in this exercise for this election, which is very crucial for the people of Edo State. And how this election is going to pan out is in the interest of the Edo people. Interesting scenario playing out for this election. And of course, at the end of the day, what is expected is that the people of this state will cast their ballot. Let me get back to my on-site guests on this election coverage, Jide and Ezenwa. You can see for yourself some level of transparency standard to check in whether they're ready. The ad hoc official reading out the instruction, but then these guys here, Jide, your very good friends, are still waiting.
Yeah, they are waiting, and very patiently too. We should commend them. You know, this kind of national service, I was alluding to something. I think at the next stakeholders meeting with INEC National Chairman, I will recommend, if INEC is not doing it already, they should be giving these young people certificate of appreciation. All the ad hoc staff, particularly those who serve meritoriously, except there are petitions against your person for misbehavior, that's when you should not get that certificate. It should be one of the conditions that people will even use as credentials, you know, that I serve.
Work experience.
Work experience. Mm-hmm. Because this is voluntary. You know, we've been talking about volunteerism over a very long period of time. And this, how much are they going to pay these young people? Look at the discomfort they have had to go through. I'm not sure they are quartered in any hotel. If you have seen the rack center, they just provide them with mattresses, maybe water.
These are the racks. This is a rack center.
This is a rack center.
And you can imagine that they slept in some of these classrooms today.
Mosquito invested.
Yeah.
Mosquito invested. So, well, the shuttle bus is back.
The shuttle bus is back. Jide's very favorite.
At quarter to 9.
Yeah, it's 15 minutes to 9 a.m. So, and this is the experience right here. Interesting scenario. And what is interesting, like you mentioned, the Channels Television has done with this coverage is that we've moved the polling unit right into the bedrooms, right into the living rooms of those who cannot afford to be on the ground, and to give them an up-to-date information as to how this exercise is panning out.
So nothing has excited me like what you just did now. I was just sharing with my colleague Jide that you are raising the bar of election coverage. And that is significant. And I hope that we can have more and more people bringing this to the home of people. Because the challenge and the tragedy of election commentary is that armchair analysis. And you are removing that, taking the scales off all the watchers of Edo 2024. They are seeing bit by bit, you know, in a very chewable form, what's currently going on. And like Jide will say, our shuttle bus is back. They are hardening the young people into those buses, and this will deliberately affect, you know, opening of polls in the places where they're going to. But like I keep saying, it's not entirely the challenge of INEC. INEC does its bits, and I hope that the EOs in these areas provided sufficient number of vehicles, because this whole shuttle business is not a good thing to do.
All right. Interesting scenario playing out. We are live in Idiro, in Ego, in Olua, in Esan West, in Ego local government area. We are in several places. And I do understand in Awahimi, it's raining cats and dogs. But then let me get back to my colleague.
And that's what Bukola predicted yesterday.
Yes, as the weatherman predicted.
You know, there will be likely rain.
All right, Dare, who is standing by for us. Dare, what more do we know from where you are? Have you changed position, or where exactly are you, Dare?
Thank you very much. Let me start off from what you spoke about the rain. It's quite cloudy here. It hasn't started raining yet. Then I haven't also changed position, because what I was also trying to do is to ensure that I stay here to see how the process starts, and the voting has commenced. Before the voting started here, of course, you know the drill. The officials took the voters through the process, what is going to happen, the previous process, the thumb printing. If the machine fails to recognize the thumb, they would fall back on official recognition. So they've talked a lot about the processes, making accommodation for the aged, also talking about people living with disabilities as well on the queue. It's actually a very busy center. This particular center, this rack, Ward 7, is hosting about 8 polling units, starting from 10, 9, 8, 7, down to 3. And that is why you can see that that is what is going on right now. The queues on each of those polling units, and the officials are already getting through with the accreditation. So let me take this notch higher by talking to an observer that I just came across here. He's coming here to observe this. David, can you first of all talk to us? Your name, start with your name and the organization you represent.
All right, thank you very much. My name is David Valentine Ehosa Osemigi. I'm an observer for this election for today. So I'm representing the TAF Africa. We are observing the election for today, but so far, with what I've observed and with what I've seen so far, it has been a very peaceful peaceful exercise. Everyone has been responsible here, and all the INEC officials that are here, they have been doing their job very well. So it has been peaceful, and the weather has been fair.
The weather has been fair. Of course, my colleague is reporting that it's raining somewhere, and again, it's cloudy here. But don't you think it's too early to adjust this to say this peaceful?
Yeah, at the beginning of the starting point of everything always determines the end of everything. So the beginning of this exercise, you can see so far that has been peaceful. Everyone has been doing what they're supposed to do as a patriotic Nigerian, which they're supposed to do. So far, what I've observed so far has been peaceful.
So I can read on your tag there, disability inclusion and champion. So so far, do you think the centers or the polling units, the points, do you think they've made adequate provision for people living with disability? Do you think the inclusion is there?
Yes, that's the reason I'm here. I'm also representing the disability. I don't call them disabled people, because if you call them that means you're trying to discriminate them. So we call them the challenged. Yeah. So so far, I think with one of the key things for this election is to not to sideline those who are challenged, but also include them in the exercise, because we are all Nigerians. So far, what I've seen so far, I think all polling units, which my other colleagues have also said, there have not been discrimination of any kind. They have included them and they have helped them.
Okay, so sorry, do you have your presence somewhere else aside this particular local government, and where are those people? Where are your colleagues?
Yeah, in all the local governments in Edo State, I'm representing them here in Olua Primary School. So all of my colleagues, they are assigned to different locations. Yeah.
Thank you very much for talking to us, David. Sheung, you heard that's an observer here. He said so far, of course, quite early, polls just opened here in Iko local government, and he said what he's observed so far, everything has been going on quite well. He also said that he would observe the polling units, the points, to see how accessible they are for people living with disability. Sheung.
The voting process has started.
Dari, thank you for the reporting there. But of course, let me ask you, if you are experiencing what we experience here, there were some delays in the movement of the officials to go out because they couldn't find security operatives to escort them. Did you find any kind of situation like that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sheung. Of course, that situation also occurred here. The last batch or the last set of officials left here around, say, 8:40, and of course polls opened at 8:30. That means they're already behind schedule. So because I was also observing a lot of that in the background, it was happening a lot. They said they would wait for the security officials. I reported earlier that at some point no single vehicle moved out of this particular center, and because at the beginning of when they were done with packing all the sensitive and the non-sensitive materials, an official told them that they could leave, but some party agents insisted that nobody was going to leave this place until they're accompanied by security operatives. And when those security operatives started coming in one after the other, they started moving. The last set of officials left here at 8:40. By now, my cameraman is going to move around. You can see there is none of the officials here at the moment. All you would have here at this point are the polling units that are actually designated, or the polling units that are supposed to be here originally, and that is where the voting has commenced, Sheung.
All right. Thank you, Dari. Do stand by for us. If you can change location, all good. If not, keep your eyes on the ground as we are doing right here. And all of our colleagues are also on the ground in Awarimi, in Essen West. This is Agbado, local Agbado area of Akpapava. And the market is just Agbado local government. Agbado market is just on the other side of these premises. And of course, Jide and Ezewa, they've been a good company. We're going to the top of the hour when we will start sunrise, and of course the coverage continues on sunrise. But for your own view, from what we can see, what will be your parting shot?
My parting shot is I want to commend the good people of Edo State. Where we are at Agbado polling units, there are about 11, 12 polling units here. And if you look at the background, You could see that polling has already started, accreditation has started, which means the train has left the station and the time has started to tick. By the end of today, we look forward to a very good outcome, successful, peaceful election.
Isn't your parting shot?
The rubber is meeting the road, and the elections have started. It's our expectation that it will go well.
Yeah.
I think the INEC Situation Room should be glued to Channels TV and get live reports of what's going on in the different places where this election is being conducted. And our observer situation rooms must also feed us in as we will be roving. We are roving right now, going around until about 12 noon. And if there is need to contact you, Shehu, I will also do so.
Thank you so much, Hazenwa. Judy, many thanks for for being a good company. Just before I sign off, because we're standing right in the studio, just to give you a sense of what this place looks like. This is the Agbado School right here in Akwapava area of Benin City, Oredo local government area. And of course, I told you earlier, it's about 10 polling units that you can find right here. You can see what we had earlier, a situation where the officials were waiting. That seems to have been sorted. And so those inactive polling units are now coming alive. And you can see from here to there, and of course to other extreme part of town. Maybe you can come closer a bit so we can give a sense of what exactly is going on. Similar activity, a similar situation that we found is also happening here, right here. And even the elderly are being counted in this process. And so the exercise is about to get underway here. So, all right then, that's about it on this bid. And just in a moment, on the top of the hour, I will be handing you over to Sunrise, where the coverage will continue right here on Channels Television. It's election day right here in Edo State. 4,519 polling units will be active today in the 18 local government area of Edo State in the South Nigeria. I'm Shehu Akimalo, and we'll continue the coverage right here on Channels Television. Stay glued, everyone.
Edo State Governorship Election 2024 is here. The spotlight falls on the heartbeat of the nation as the election day draws closer. 18 candidates jostle for affirmation of over 2.6 million voters in the 192 wards of 18 local government areas in the 3 senatorial districts of the state. As the 4,519 polling units in the state come alive, eyes on one seat. And Channels Television is your guide, combing all the nooks and corners of the state for For the stories you need to know, that the will of the people may prevail. We are indeed ubiquitous. Follow us to get updates on the web, socials, and on TV. Edo Election 2024, live on Channels Television.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for your Saturday morning Waker Upper. I am Alero Edu.
Hi, you're Makinde, joining you live from Abuja. Well, I don't know how somebody is feeling about that right now, but hey.
She's feeling rather lonely.
Alero, how you doing?
She's feeling rather lonely in Lagos all by herself.
Well, at least she's not lonely at the top.
So I wonder how it is in Abuja.
Well, Abuja is the capital city, right? And it's always what it is.
Well, we're not going to talk about Abuja. We're going to talk about Benin,
quiet.
because it's all
If
happening
you
in
live
Benin.
Lagos, there are some things you don't even just think about. You know, Abuja is just. But then, I don't know, yes, I mean, I heard you talk about Benin. I don't know how it is in Edo State right now.
I wonder too, but I'm sure that we'll be talking to Shehu in the course of the program so he can bring us up to speed regarding what is happening there. But the build-up to that election had me a bit worried when I heard expressions like it's do or die and the number of security personnel being deployed. And I'm thinking, what are soldiers doing in an election? This is a civil matter, and it's supposed to be the duty of the police to take care of the peace. But, well, this is Nigeria. Things are different here. We do elections as if we're actually fighting a war. So these things have to happen.
Well, I think along the line, the representatives of the governor of Edo State made comments about that, said that, that if the right things are not done, our lives could be at stake. So I think that's, maybe he meant it in a loose sense, maybe it was in a strict sense, that's another thing altogether. And I think we have also already settled it in this nation that election is not war. And that's also something that came from, I think, the CDS. Election is not war, and it should not be seen as such. However, from what we have been told, the heavy presence of security personnel in the various parts of the city, the various parts of Edo State, is not to intimidate, not to threaten, not to scare, but to actually instill confidence, knowing that there is believing that there is a likelihood of threats, a likelihood of unrest, a likelihood of attempts to disturb the peace. That, according to the security agencies, is the reason for all of that. Whether that is now able to secure the confidence of the people, the coming minutes or hours, as you have also suggested, Alero, will help us to understand, to see whether that strategy is working indeed. Ultimately, what do we want? We want good governance.
Yeah.
We want people to be able to go to the market and buy things that they can afford without the fear that something is going to happen and then they're not going to have peace, they're not going to enjoy what they normally would, and that when they get to the market, as I said, they don't spend their last minimum wage to buy all the food that they need, right? By the way, you said you went to the market this week?
Oh, my God. You don't want to hear about that, because I went to the market for the first time since I got back, and like they say, eti mi no. I bought a pear. I don't want to call it avocado. I bought one pear for 2,000 naira. I mean, I was tempted not to bring out the money to buy, and then I said, well, I'm not going to put the money in the pot and eat it, so I might as well just buy it since I feel like eating avocado. And one pint of tomato was 10,000 naira, what we used to pay 1,500, maximum 2,000 naira for. And 4 measly onions were 1,000 naira. And all these got me wondering, oh yeah, pint of Gary was 3,500. So what do the minimum wage people eat? Even the minimum wage, Ayo, hasn't been paid to them yet, and they're facing petrol at 950 naira per liter and food at these ridiculous prices as far as I'm concerned, because we've never bought food this expensive in this country since I was born, or since I began to understand what money was.
Well, it's only a matter of time, really. There is this belief we all have in our country that, prices, when they rise, they don't come down. My prayer is that even if the prices don't come down, we will be able to make enough to get all the things that they need, and we will not beg. Because as
Right.
So many economists, so many public affairs analysts have told us on this station, things have gotten increasingly worse over the years, that recalibrating, reversing that trend is going to be a difficult process. Now, that language is what we don't want to hear. Not too long ago, a few days ago, Governor of Edo State said on, I think on Politics Today, talking to Shion, said, Nigeria is technically bankrupt. That is something that many of us don't want to hear. And looking at the potential that we have as a country, these things shouldn't happen. And it's really a disturbing thing, Alero, when you talk about how much more expensive things have gotten over the years. The reason is quite simple. Why should we, not be able to produce some of the things that we have ourselves?
Yeah.
You would remember, Alero, I remember my mom, when I was growing up, that we had, even though the compound was all paved and everything, she still had a small garden right, outside over her window, the kitchen window. Whenever she washed the pepper, she just poured the water right there on the bed. And before you know what is happening, the tomatoes grow, bell pepper would grow, Scotch bonnet would grow, that's Rodo and Tatasia and tomatoes, they will grow. And she'll just pick, want to make egg, want to make small vegetable, that's where she went to. Can we go back to that? And maybe that will help us to cut the cost of food.
Ayo.
But I don't think we'll be able to do,
We're there already. I mean, I live in an estate, yes, but I found a little corner and I have put some bitter leaf, and I've recently just got some tomato seeds and I'm going to plant them, and I've got some pepper which I'm going to plant. So we're being forced to go back to those days.
Interestingly, someone gave me a stalk of a vegetable called Hospital Too Far.
Called what?
Yes. Hospital Too Far. Well, Google it, you'll find it. I planted over.
Okay.
And it's growing.
Okay.
Well, yes, I mean, it's a kind of vegetable, and generally that's something that we diminish, we minimize. Vegetables have amazing potential for us, but we don't know. So that's what they call that thing. That it has some medicinal things that if you Google it, you'll find quite a number of those things right there. So these are the initiatives that we just need to be smart. We are not going to die or leave this country simply because, as a matter of fact, someone was just telling me, was it yesterday or the before yesterday, that things aren't so much cheaper elsewhere. That, I mean, this phenomenon we're experiencing is something that's all over the world. I've not been all over the world, but there are those who have gone there and say, look, things aren't any much easier in other parts of the world as well. So we can as well make lemonade with our lemon here in this country. So just be smart about it. But we can do that with food, right? Can we do that with fuel?
Well, I mean, I found it quite refreshing in the course of the week when I saw on social media testimonies from public transport drivers saying that since they converted to CNG, they were spending a lot less on fuel. And I thought, okay, they say it costs about $1 million to convert your car, and then you buy CNG about 3/4 of the price of petrol, in some cases half. So in the long run, is it worth it converting your car? I would say yes.
Well, let me help you with a bit of mathematics, Alero. So let's say you spend, and I think I've done this a couple of times, let's say you spend 50,000 naira to fill your tank. I'm just saying, let's say. Because there are some people watching me now who will say, what are you talking about, Ayo? I spent 80,000. In fact, I spent 100,000. We're not talking about rich people like you yet. But just imagine that you spend 50,000 naira a week to fuel your tank, and that's just the average, because there are those who spend more to fuel their tanks.
Yeah.
So you spend 50,000 naira in a week to fuel your tank. Multiply that by 4. That's 200,000 naira in a month. Please, multiply 200,000 naira by 12. I think you have an idea of where I'm going. So
at
you're
this
spending
point,
about 2-point-something million.
At this point, I think
Okay,
we should go to the menu. You have disheartened me enough for me to want to get on with the program and not chat with you anymore for today. So we're going to start by taking a look at unresolved electoral reforms.
Absolutely. And then yellow fever, measles, and vaccination, NPV vaccination is also on the menu.
And then we look at Junior Achievement Nigeria's Venture Management Program.
Lifestyle today. Children are back in school. Parent-teacher partnership. Those homeworks that you take to school and those schoolwork that you take home. Let's get into that conversation on lifestyle today.
And then, as is usual, we shall close with the Artist of the Week segment. So in the meantime, Ayo, what do you have with you? Cocoa?
Unfortunately, my cup of cocoa is in Lagos with you right there. But maybe when I'm done, I'll go get some cocoa.
Good idea. In the meantime, you at home, get whatever is good for you, sit back and spend the next 3 hours odd with us on Sunrise. See you in just a moment.
This
Edo State Governorship Election 2024 is here. The spotlight falls on the heartbeat of the nation as the election day draws closer. 18 candidates jostle for affirmation of over 2.6 million voters in the 192 wards of 18 local government areas in the 3 senatorial districts of the state. As the 4,519 polling units in the state come alive, eyes on one seat. And Channels Television is your guide, combing all the nooks and corners of the state for the stories you need to know that the will of the people may prevail. We are indeed ubiquitous. Follow us to get updates on the web, socials, and on TV. Edo Election 2024, live on Channels Television.
All over the world, electoral reform is an integral part of democratic development aimed at improving electoral process by upholding the electoral rights of citizens. Nigeria has a long history of electoral reforms from different political transition processes since independence. With each transition, at some points, a new electoral commission was created. Now, we're looking at this and we're going to link it to the main issue of today, the big thing that's happening in our country today, which is the election that is taking place in Edo State. And to look at this with us this morning, it's my pleasure to welcome one legal practitioner in the studio with us, Chief Godi Uwazurike.
Thank you. Morning, Princess.
Another legal practitioner who joins us via Zoom, Mr. Tony Dania. Hi, Tony. Okay, we have Dr. Yunusa Zakari Yao, the convener, Nigeria's Civil Society Situation Room, who naturally joins us from Benin. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
We can't wait to hear what you have to say to us about what is taking place in Benin at the moment. But let me start with Chief, who's in the studio here with us. Chief, we have tried to tweak our electoral process or electoral laws a number of times. There have been several reforms. How well would you say we have done on this road to getting, I don't want to use the word perfect, a better electoral process?
I think I would say a credible electoral process.
A credible one.
Because there's no election that is perfect in any part of the world.
Yeah.
But in Nigeria here, we seem to have learned nothing and we have forgotten nothing. What do I mean by that? As of this morning, voters were already on in various centers in Edo State. Elections start by 8. Yet,
8:30.
Or 8:30. A few minutes line, the vehicles were yet to depart from the centers. We have been planning for this election for the past 1 year. Yet, the day of the election, we are not ready. So the electoral reforms, yes, we do our best by asking for reforms based on what we have seen. It's like the more things change, the more they remain the same. As at yesterday, the fear was that results had been written. As at yesterday, the fear was that fake tags had been given to people. As at yesterday, the fear was, will there be violence? What of the thugs? They say some thugs have been arrested. The unfortunate thing is that all the thugs are said to belong to one party. The thugs belonging to the other major party, nobody touches them. So we are talking of electoral reforms. It appears the problem, 99%, is with the referee, the umpire, in this case, INEC. If INEC is firm and strict and truly independent, it will do the right things. Let me just give you an example by taking you back to the last presidential election. when results are announced, what are you supposed to do? You sign result sheets and hand over. But then, it turned out that when Peter Obi and Atiku said, where are the certified results, they were asked to pay, and they paid. As I'm speaking to you, Peter Obi never got his own up to today. And when he went to tribunal and said, where is it? They said, oh, you should have used any other means. They never told INEC, why don't you give these people their results? So the more things change, the more they remain the same. In other words, the people of Nigeria are becoming fed up. In other words, they're asking, how do we get the kind of credible results we look forward to? Yes, we know people die, we know people fall, we know things, but it is you, the umpire, who will sit up and say, no, it will not happen. Edo State is boiling with the desire of the people to have a credible election.
Yeah. Before we swing to Ayo, let me quickly ask Dr. Yao. You are on ground in Benin, and it is now 9:25. Have elections started?
Thank you very much for that. I think it's quite an even process. In a number of polling units, INEC officials, election materials are still yet to arrive at the polling units. In other words, there are still no election taking place in those units. In a few places, of course, the accreditation is going on and voters are on the queue and so forth. But as I said, it's quite uneven. And it's quite surprising because up to yesterday night, INEC had given assurance that the materials would be there on time and that everything was going to be fine. They even told us that they had done the flood mapping, which means that they have isolated areas they expected there is going to be rain and there would be flood, and therefore they have taken mitigation measures so that the voting materials would be available at the right time. But here, right, even in Benin City, in Oredo local governments, we have units where materials have not reached, and it's quite surprising because if within Benin City there are areas where polling materials are yet to arrive, you wonder how in other places outside Benin, in far reaches of states, would be carried.
Ayo.
Well, let me stick with Mr. Zachary Yao for a moment or two. Now, in what way? I mean, because was it yesterday or 2 days ago? Yes, 2 days ago, excuse me. We were hearing that election materials had gotten to Benin City, and in fact, there were videos to show that they were already being moved to the various areas of the state where the elections would take place. How come those materials are still not able to get to where they're supposed to get to on time?
Well, you see, there are two stages to the distribution of election materials. The first is from the central point to the local government areas, which is where the racks are. Now, what was observed 2 days ago was actually that distribution from the state secretariat and CBN to the local government secretariat. Now, from local government secretariat, they should have been distributed right from yesterday. I went to Eredo yesterday, the INEC office there, where they were distributing the material. Now, distribution doesn't mean arriving at the point that they are supposed to be. So election officials were collecting those materials, and it was expected that they would leave, So whether they decided just simply to sleep and got up late, or whether they had no vehicles, or whether something happened, I think this is something that INEC should be able to explain to Nigerians, because people really are looking for answers or questions that are critical in determining the credibility and fairness of the election.
Well, something that Chief Wazirike said earlier was that it would seem like we do not learn from our experiences. In what ways would you say these experiences that you have described are just a repetition of some of the things that have been happening and that we have been shouting about? Or is there anything that you can say has improved from the last election?
I think in general, from 1999 to this very moment, there's one central common denominator to our election, which is our inability to manage election materials distribution. I think that in terms of the law, we have made progress, but the implementation of that law is quite a serious problem. And I think that unless we have a mechanism to deal with impunity, then we will not be able to make progress, no matter what reforms that we have done. I mean, you have a whole year to prepare for elections. You have a whole week to move election materials to wherever they should reach. Even if you are carrying them on donkey, I mean, we should be able to have them delivered at the right time. But right here, a few kilometers, people have not been able to deliver them. I think that there's certain element of impunity in the way in which we handle election thing. And I think that part of the reasons are two. One, because we have not been able to have a proper election crime commission in this country, people have been talking about it for long. The OAS Commission made a recommendation and that an independent electoral commission, election crime commission should be set up so that it can try people who, one way or the other, sabotage election in this country. That has not been done. And so we hardly see people being punished, people being prosecuted for electoral commission, crimes that they have committed in this country. The second thing I think for me is that I think that we need to safeguard the independence of INEC itself. And when I say to safeguard it, the process of appointing electoral commissioners and INEC chief election officer must be done in such a way that it's inspire confidence, it's truly independent. It's not a prerogative of the president that unilaterally nominates, sent to a National Assembly that is usually dominated by a particular party at the time. So in that case, you are not able to get the independence you want, even if the parameters around which they are appointed claims to be give them independence.
Okay, Chief. Well, Dr. Yao mentioned impunity, and I picked on that word because some people have said that even INEC needs to be looked at, with a microscope. Because if you recall the last elections, we were given the rhetoric about beavers machines and how results were going to be uploaded from the polling centers straight, and you could follow online and know exactly what was happening. But that didn't happen. And nobody took any rap for it. And you know yourself that a lot of people went out to get their voters' cards because of that particular rhetoric that was sold to the people, because they believed that their votes wouldn't matter. What do you think should be done to make sure that INEC does what it is supposed to do to engender the confidence of the voting public?
Well, they say, where I come from, that fish is spoiled from head. Then when the head don't spoil, everything follows. Let me just narrow it down to appointments, like my brother just said, of the chairman of INEC. As of today, it is Mr. President who has the responsibility of nominating. He discusses with the Council of State. It goes to the other place at the National Assembly. Oh, yes, they sign and approve. The chairman naturally is grateful to those who appointed him. That's the law of nature. So when that happens, the president can do no wrong unless you have a unique situation where you have a broad-minded president and then another person who will now say, okay, I know the president is broad-minded, he will not deal with me. That is where things will not go along this route. But as of today, we have the chairman of INEC who says so we are promises heaven and earth and delivers nothing. Then you have the State Resident Electoral Commission. Let me just give you an example of Lagos. The last election in Lagos was like civil war. First, to collect your voters' card or whatever, INEC ID and so on and so forth, up till now, many people have not received their own, and there's no plans to even help them receive. Election day, violence non-stop. And I'm happy channels and other TV stations carried the whole thing live. And what the Resident Electoral Commission say, the commissioner in Lagos State, Lagos was free, there was no violence, there was nothing like that. And in psychology, they say when somebody is telling a lie, look at the upper part of the lips. When somebody is telling a lie, if you have not observed it, start observing it.
What happens to that upper lip?
The upper one. There is a shape it takes. If you have not notice their government officials when they speak. You see the IG of police talking. Everywhere is free and fair. Just watch. You see the army man, we're in control. In other words, they know that they are deceiving us. So if they want us to believe them from now on, go back to the 2023 elections. All those people who carried ballot boxes, we saw them. All those who faked the results, in some cases, we even had results bigger than registered voters. That one is so simple and easy. Charge them to court. You ask the police, say, well, it's INEC. Ask INEC. INEC said there's no such law for us. At the national conference 10 years ago, we recommended this Electoral Offenses Commission. We recommended fresh move to appoint chairman from another place who will not be answerable and who will not say, oh, Mr. President has told me. We made some recommendations, handed over to Jonathan. Jonathan handed over to National Assembly. Those ones that required constitutional. As soon as Buhari said, I will not even look at anything there. And he never did. The current president, the buck stops on his table. He knows what to do. My worry is that the horizon where we look at whenever we're in office, always, oh, who will challenge me in this place? Who will remove me? How do I get reelected? Who will remove my power? And it's so bad that even when we leave office, you see yourself as the supremo. Look at Rivers State. Governor has come, done his 8 years and gone. My friend, leave Lagos State, leave Rivers now. Let the governor pray, no, you want to destroy my network. So in this country, the first problem is the person. Like Obasanjo said sometime, the restructuring should start with our minds. When you restructure your attitude to government, now that you have a chance, Mr. President, you have a chance, do something. Let's start with Edo State. Edo State is today. A simple instruction to the IG of police, no partiality. Be fair to all. Let the votes count. Let us get the wishes of the people. And once you do that, and they know that Mr. President is a no-nonsense person, everybody fall in line. But if they think Mr. President is anything goes, after all, the Chief Justice is there, all of them are there to do the bidding. They will do what they want.
Go to court.
Go to court is the slogan now, go to court. Knowing very well that the courts are congested and number of judges had reduced. They know that. So, Ayo, to be honest, restructuring starts with how we look at governance, and the process of coming to government. Our attitude towards enforcing the law is what we're asking for. In other words, IG of police, you are the IG of police for the whole country, not for a political party. And the DIG leading the police contingent, they are not there to help a particular person. But there is something else I will say on this issue. If you want to be my governor, please engage in debates. Let us hear you directly. Edo State up till now cannot say they had all the candidates. Up till now, they did not hear the candidates. So if the candidate who did not even talk to them wins, anything goes.
But they say that debate do not win elections. But that's discussion for another day. Ayo.
Well, yes. I was actually hoping that we'll still have Mr. Daniel with us this morning as well. But let me ask you, Chief. For me, one of the most disturbing things in this entire process is the people, that we are not able to carry the people along well enough, that we're not able to prepare the people well enough, that most of the time the political rhetorics tend to take the shine off of the electoral process proper. So people are even finding it difficult making up their minds. The political class is always, particularly the political parties, intra-party crisis, one party after the other, having one issue or the other, while the candidates themselves are going out there. So even that tends to take away the shine of the real issues of governance, doesn't it? Making it difficult for the people to really even be able to choose who would be the best person to govern us.
Well, communication is one word I like, and it helps a lot. You want to be my leader? Communicate to me. Talk to me on what you want to do. You want to be my boss? Communicate to me. But where it is a case of some other person coming to tell me, this is what Mr. A will do, this is what Mr. B will do, it's hearsay. And if it is hearsay, believe you me, there is no expectation. What I have in mind that you will do may not be what you want to do. Let me just give you one small example. Trump and Kamala Harris engaged in debate the other day. Half of the politically aware class in Lagos State did not sleep. They sat up all night to listen to two people in America, and I know it was at the whole world. But what happens in Nigeria here? We take it for granted. Oh, you belong to Party A, therefore everything is fine. You belong to Party B. Merit must be the deciding factor in my choice. And when there is merit, that is when there will be expectation. But when there is no expectation, it is anything goes. Right now, we're in trouble in this country. Right now, even the government officials are asking us to bear with us. Things are hard. They will get better. Was that what you promised us?
Well, let's quickly cross to Dare in where it's happening right now in Benin City, to give us an idea of what's happening on the streets and how the whole preparation is going. Good morning, Dari. Where exactly are you, and how has it been between last night and this moment?
Good morning, Ayo. Of course, I'm reaching you live here in Edo State. I'm at Eco Local Government. This particular primary school is called Oluwa Primary School here in Uselu. We got here quite early. The whole activities, it is actually a rack where most non-sensitive sensitive materials were moved from. So we got here quite early. We have those visuals of people, by people I mean officials, packing those materials, moving to different local government. There was a bit of a delay because as at say 8:40, there were still some officials waiting to be conveyed to the different polling units, and that's because they said they needed to wait for the security to accompany them. But at this particular center, there are about 8 polling units, starting from 10, Unit 10, Unit 9, 8, 7, down to 3. And in each of the polling units, voting commenced quite early. And that's because this is Iraq. They started setting up quite early. And by 8:30, there were a lot of people on the queue. Okay. But usually there's always this kind of situation. I don't know, there was an altercation there. But so they were quite on the queue, and the voting started. The usual drill. The ad hoc officials will talk them through the processes, the beavers, how it would work. You get the accreditation done by your scanning through your thumbprint, and if it fails, they try the facial verification process. So, and it's been going on quite well, quite orderly as well. People are joining the queue, they're casting the votes, and some of them are leaving. But again, because we've been moving around and also trying to get information, I have a resident here who may be talking to us about what he's observed so far. He's been going around. Please, let's start with your name, and you're a resident of this community, I guess.
My name is Esosa Moregbe, and I'm a resident within Uselu area.
Okay, please talk to us about the process, what you've observed so far. Voting has commenced since 8:30. What are your observations?
Well, so far so good. The security agencies are on ground, providing confidence for the people to come out and vote. And people are streaming out from their houses to come and cast their ballots. Although voting has not commenced in some polling units, but then in this particular polling booth, people have started voting, and the electoral process has been peaceful so far.
Peaceful so far, but these polling units you're talking about, are they close by? Where are they?
They are within a cluster of this environment, so but they've not commenced yet.
So when you got there, what are your observations? What are the feelers you're getting from people on ground?
Well, people on ground said that they've seen officials, they just want to set up and then commence.
Okay, thank you very much for talking to us at this point. You know, we are present in different local governments and also checking with so many units. So I just met him. After this crossing, I would also touch base, look at what is happening elsewhere. But from my observation so far, I've been talking to either Sheo in another local government or Jessica in another local government. Voting a bit delayed in some polling units, but so far, by and large, it's been quite peaceful rather, and also going on quite well. Ayo.
There's one issue that's been raised by the convener of the Situation Room that we spoke with earlier. He's still with us on this program right now, saying that elections haven't quite begun in some areas. Have elections begun where you are? What's the progress so far?
Okay, so just like I said, there are about 8 polling units here in this center, and election voting commenced at 8:30. Just like the resident who I just finished speaking to right now also observed, he said he's been going around. Election has started in so many places, but he said he identified a place around this neighborhood where they are still waiting for voting to start. We're going to touch base with them there. But here, voting has started. I also spoke with some of the officials to ask them questions about how the process has been going on so far. They said people are coming in, they're trickling in at this point. When voting started, it was a very busy line, but right now, and I think they already cleared that. So guys, how is it going so far?
Able to accredit them with the picture, yes.
All right. Thank you very much. So that I don't obstruct the process there, but what is going on there is that people are voting, and the process is going on smoothly. Ayo.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm pretty sure that, as you have said, we'll be getting feedback from other parts of the state to know exactly what is Thank you very much, Darido, for your reporting this morning. And as you said, we'll expect to hear from our other colleagues from other parts of the state. Well, Mr. Zakaria, you've heard that. It would seem like elections have begun in some parts of the state. What other reports are you getting, Mr. Zakaria?
Well, I think, like I said, it's a mixed bag. In some places, election has started to hold. In some other places, materials are still yet to arrive. In some few cases, even the materials are still to leave the rack, which is the where the materials for various places are being held. So that's the sort of report we are getting.
Okay. Well, we'll also, of course, hope that we'll be able to get some other information from other parts of the city to know exactly what is going on. Now, from what you have heard, Chief, would you say we have learned a thing or two? Have we made progress, or is it just same old?
No, we have not really made progress. Because the reporter in Benin is talking about Benin City. I'm more interested in those outside Benin City. I'm more interested in the riverine areas. There are some places in Edo State where you can only access by boat. Nobody has said anything. Edo South is mixed. Forest, riverine, and developed areas. The north, yes, accessible. Central, accessible. But believe you me, what people see is what they believe. All those people who left their homes as early as 6 a.m. to go and queue are expecting something reasonable to come out. At the end of the day, if you disappoint them, you have caused serious damage to their psyche. And whoever emerges the next governor of Edo State, people will never see him as genuinely elected. So what we have learned is very little. We have cemented those wrong ones. Distribution of election materials should not be a big deal. Let me just ask you. The banks you see today, once it's 8 o'clock, the doors are open. You use your ATM card. You want to withdraw money. You go to the POS. The same system. But it is INEC owned. You hear glitch. You will see spirits. You will see all kinds of things as they are moving around in this country. Since 1999, we have been doing 4 years. This is off-cycle election. In other words, there is no pressure of work. Just Edo State. It's not a big state. Population is not much. Yet we're having problems. Delivering for the voters is a problem.
Well, most certainly something, I mean, as you said earlier, there is no perfect election anywhere, but at least credible. That's the word that you used. But the people who will make it credible are both INEC and the political parties. What's your take on the preparedness for this election by the political parties? As we speak, some of them are still having intra-party crisis. That's significant distraction from whatever it is that people are actually supposed to be focusing on. So what's your take on the preparedness, not level of preparedness of INEC, of the parties, but of the people being engaged by the parties in the entire process? What's your take on the role the political parties have played in the build-up to this election?
Let me just quote a man who was a prime minister, president of Poland. He was invited by Daniel Mosigwe Foundation to give a lecture some years ago. And I remember I asked him one question. You will soon leave office. Why don't you do something to elongate your stay? You are the president. He just smiled and said, when I was sworn in, I knew how long I would stay. From the day I was sworn in, I knew that I would leave office on a certain day, certain time. At no time did I think of extending because we have rules and regulations. We have a constitution, and I'm ready to follow the constitution. So in this country, you're chairman of a political party. You know how long your chairmanship will stay. You will do nothing except plan how to make sure that you continue in power. You are the governor. You now fought the godfather who brought you in, and you become the new godfather when you leave office. In a particular state, in one of the central parts of Nigeria, remember what happened? The governor issued a proclamation. If the governor says do it like this, and the former governor says do it the other way, please obey the former governor. And he signed. He even set up an office next to his own, office of the former governor. And you see that human greed that is the problem in us. In whatever office we are, we find ourselves in, we try to mess up that office. So Obasanjo said, restructure your mind. And if you are the president, if you are the governor, if you are the chairman of local government, remember you have a short time to make an impact. Like one French philosopher said, I don't know whether I'll pass through this road again. Let me do what I have to do now that I'm in office. And that is how it should be. In primary school, in secondary school, in university,
in this election,
timetable for everything.
My apologies, Chief. In this election, there are three main political parties. Of course, there are several, but there are three frontline political parties. In fact, there is the complaints by some people that, on the one hand, one of the political parties didn't sign the peace accord. On the other hand, two of the political parties did not show up for a debate. So the leading political parties didn't show up for the debate. And it leaves a number of people who consider those two things very important, wondering if that's going to have any effect or have any impact on the outcome of this election.
Well, it ought to, but remember that bad people always have a plan B. Plan A is a straightforward line. Plan B is always corner. So those other people, they must have had some arrangements to make sure that things go the way they want. They deliberately cause crisis. They never do things in a proper way. So in Edo State today, those who did not sign, I'm sure they have explained why they didn't sign. And they have expectations. Those who signed, they have expectations. Those who refuse to tell people face to face, eyeball to eyeball, this is what we're going to do when we come into office, those have their plan. And none of those plans actually, except plan A, is in favor of the people. We condemn it any day, any time. We should outgrow evil in government. Everybody has a short time. Let me just give you an example. All those who are governors under Shagari, I think only 2 are left. They're just ordinary people. Those who were governors under Obasanjo, I meet them at the airport. How are they? But when they were governors, it was like force and arms, everything. The good and level playing ground, they refuse to implement when they're in office. We'll always catch up with them. And so it is today in Edo State.
Dr. Yao, quickly, we have to start winding down now. Chief has said that we haven't learned much, but this is an off-cycle election. In 2027, there's going to be a general election. Are you expecting that by then we would have learned something and we would have a better election?
I think we have learned a lot. The point is that we are not using those lessons. The thing we have learned is that perpetually our elections are being made by inability to manage distribution of materials. The lessons we have learned is that there are no political parties contesting elections. They are just individuals. In this Edo election, for instance, the political parties are simply not there. Even as we go around now, many of the political parties, including the three that you are saying, they have no agents in some places, which means that they actually don't care about the voters. What they care is about them. I think that a citizen would have to understand that the election is about themselves, not about the political parties, not about the candidates. And I think that is a lesson that we need. We must find a way in which candidates must come to speak to the citizens, engage in debates. We tried for this election to get all the candidates to come to a debate, and they refused. I think that this signing of accord is so simply also the lesson that we have learned out of it is that it doesn't work. You sign an accord, and on the day of elections, your supporters commit violence, and nothing is done about it. The party is not held accountable to what has happened. So when you sign a paper, it's just signing a paper. I think that that for me is a lesson. And therefore, that rather than just simply signing ceremonial accord where all the television cameras will be there, I think that we need to have some accountable process in which once you commit to the peaceful election and your supporters commit violence, then you will be held accountable. And that is something that would reduce the amount of impunity with which political parties encourage its own members, encourage its supporters to commit violence on election or to commit infractions on election day and even during the vote coalition and so forth.
Chief, can you just answer that question in one sentence? Is it possible?
To have a credible election 2027.
Or are we on the road to it?
I think we are in the opposite direction.
Oh, dear.
That's my impression. Because if we want to be on the road to a credible election 2027, we have to cure the defects we have today.
And you don't think we're doing anything?
No, we're not. We're not. We're actually cementing the evil procedure we used in 2023.
Chief Godi Uwazirike, legal practitioner, who was in our studio with us in Lagos, and Dr. Yunusa Zachary Yao, convener, Nigeria's Civil Society Situation Room, who joined us via Zoom from Benin. He is on ground actually taking note of everything that is going on, and I hope that he will give us a report at the end of it all. Thank you very much.
We respect that. Thank you.
Sunrise will return in just a moment with another interesting conversation. Do stay with us.
Get ready for a transformative experience as the Elevate Africa convening comes to Abuja. Hosted by the Royal Majesty and the Queen Consort of Warri, this landmark event will bring together global leaders, innovators, and change makers from across the world to shape the future of Africa. Join us for a day of powerful discussions, groundbreaking ideas, and inspiring collaborations that will drive the continent forward. This is more than just an event. It's a movement for change, leadership, and innovation. Don't miss out on this extraordinary gathering that will elevate Africa's narrative and create lasting impact. The future of Africa is now, and it starts in Abuja. Elevate Africa, where leadership meets action. For more, check out weelevateafrica.org.
The
Duchess International Hospital caters to every aspect of the family's health needs. A one-stop shop for maternity and child health services, emergency medicine and critical care, medical and surgical subspecialties, dental and eye care, and a range of other subspecialties and services, all available at a single location right here in the heart of Ikeja. And it really doesn't matter if you're paying out of pocket using your HMO or private insurance. We focus completely on providing that world-class affordable healthcare for all the family at all times.
On repeat.
So we chase greatness in every moment, making every naira count. We put out content after content till it's comment after comment. And with Glow by our side,
we have more to offer.
Because the MyG bundle comes with bonuses, giving you way more data value and way more steez on IG, Snapchat, TikTok, WhatsApp, Glow TV, Audiomack, and Boomplay in one fly package. Dial *312# now and select MyG bundle.
Glow Unlimited.
But we want it tasty and easy too.
Knorr cubes, that's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, garlic, and enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa.
Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
One or three. Yeah, that is footage from Ego, local government in Edo State, and it's a case or cases of suspected vote buying You know, earlier when we heard that EFCC was also going to be on ground during these elections, some people wondered, EFCC, nobody's going to try to buy votes openly at a polling booth. Well, I'd like to tell you guys that you were actually wrong. Somebody was actually, you know, taken away for trying to give incentives for votes. So you see that EFCC being there actually served a purpose. Ego, local government in Edo State, going on. A correspondent just sent us this clip of suspected vote buying. Right. So, back to the studio now. Yellow fever is a serious viral disease transmitted by infected mosquitoes, posing a significant public health threat in Nigeria. Measles is a vaccine-preventable childhood killer disease. Children who are not vaccinated against measles through routine immunization at 9 months are vulnerable to measles complications during measles outbreaks. And then cervical cancer is the second leading cause of death among women. These are the reasons why the Lagos State Ministry of Health, through Lagos State Primary Health Care Board, is in collaboration with the National Primary Health Care Development Agency, the World Health Organization, and other key stakeholders, is launching a mass integrated vaccination campaign for yellow fever, measles, and human papillomavirus aimed at preventing outbreaks and protecting citizens. To talk to us more about this, I'd like to welcome the Vice Chairman, Medical Guild, Medical Officer of Health, Ifelodun Local Government Development Area, Dr. Japhet Olubugi.
Thank you for having me on this show this morning.
Thank you for coming. And I see that you were making a comment when that footage was going on about people trying to buy votes.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, tell us, we were of the impression that measles, for instance, was something that you didn't have to convince people to go vaccinate their children against. Why this massive campaign? We thought people were all aware that as X number of months, you must take your child for this. At X number of months later, you must also take that child. And we thought that enough campaign had been carried out about those milestone vaccinations.
Yes, thank you very much for having me on the show once again. Like you mentioned, one would have thought that measles or yellow fever or HPV vaccines, for that matter, vaccines that people ordinarily would readily take. But of course, we have children who are missed out of this vaccination exercise that we carry out. Nigeria has a routine immunization schedule for children, and measles is one of them. The measles vaccine is one of them. And at 9 months, one would expect that a child would take the measles vaccine and the yellow fever vaccine. But what happens is that we have a lot of children who miss these vaccinations for circumstances sake, because of vaccine hesitancy, cultural beliefs, maybe because they are in hard-to-reach areas, maybe because they are out of areas where they ought to get the vaccine when the vaccination exercise is going. Also, because of mistrust in government. So we have a lot of missed children, not only in Lagos State, but all over the country. And then Nigeria carried out a mass campaign on measles in 2022. But then again, in Lagos, we had a coverage of 63%. That means that there are so many children, so many babies who ought to have been vaccinated, who were not vaccinated. Not because we didn't want to vaccinate them, for exigency's sake, and all those other factors that I mentioned earlier on. So there are so many missed children. Now, these missed children from 2022 up until now, we have also had a number of outbreaks of measles in the community, not only in Lagos, all over Nigeria. Where just last week, we reported 4 measles cases, suspected measles cases, in Ajegunle area of Lagos. And of course, if you start calculating the number of measles cases that we have picked up in the last 1 year all over Nigeria, it's a lot. So there are so many children who ought to have been vaccinated for this disease, who missed the opportunity to get the disease, to get the vaccine. Also, for yellow fever, yellow fever is endemic in Nigeria, being a tropical country. Also, South America is also, in that region where yellow fever is endemic. But for Nigeria, the problem is that we have a lot of mosquitoes. The species that spread the yellow fever virus, it's very common in Nigeria. So we have a lot of people coming down with yellow fever, especially in the northern part of the country. But of course, the NPACDA and the federal government has responded by carrying out a vaccination campaign against yellow fever all over the country, except Lagos and one other state. I'm not quite sure, I think Borno. So we have had the vaccination campaign in many parts of the country, but Lagos is yet to have it. Now, if you combine those two analogies together, you would have a number of people in the community who are supposed to be vaccinated against these killer diseases, but who are walking around. So the risk is high. And that is the reason why this campaign is coming up. Okay. And it's an integrated campaign where our children who missed the opportunity to get vaccinated for measles and yellow fever would have a fresh opportunity to be vaccinated against these diseases. Also, adults who have not been vaccinated against yellow fever will also have the opportunity to get the vaccine. Those who were not able to get vaccinated against the HPV vaccine will have the opportunity to be vaccinated against the human papilloma virus disease.
Okay, let's talk about measles for a bit. It's like we don't understand the importance of that vaccine. First of all, at what milestones should a child take the measles vaccine?
The Nigerian immunization schedule states that a child should take the first dose of the measles vaccines at 9 months.
9 months.
And there's a follow-up dose, which we call booster dose, at 15 months. 15. And so that is what we have on the schedule. But what we have is that a lot of mothers bring their babies, they get the first dose, they don't get this booster dose. A lot of mothers don't even bring their babies to take the first dose at all. You see, on our immunization schedule, we start at 0 age, at the first day of life, where they take the BCG, hepatitis B, and what have you. And most of those vaccinations terminate at 6 months, but it does not terminate at 6 months. So most of them erroneously think that once they've collected the vaccines at 6 months, they're done. But they're not done, because at 9 months, they ought to take the measles and the yellow fever vaccine. Okay. But we have a lot of babies missing out on this.
What is the implication of not taking the booster?
Fantastic. Now, first of all, let's even talk about the implication of not taking the measles vaccine. The measles is one of the 6 childhood killer diseases, especially in Nigeria. And we have a lot of children coming down with it. There's no cure for it. Even yellow fever, there's no cure for it. But there is a vaccine for it. So when a child takes the vaccine, they are protected. Now, when they take the booster dose, they are protected for life. So that is the essence of taking the vaccine. There is no cure for this disease. When a child comes down with the disease, what we do is give them supportive treatment until their immunity is able to combat the disease and they get out of the disease. But the vaccine protects the child.
So when a child contracts measles, there's no cure?
There's no cure. and it's a highly transmissible disease.
So what happens to that child?
The child comes down with the symptoms of measles.
Has those rashes.
Yeah, those rashes, very nasty
and then
rashes.
Recovers.
Very nasty fever, yes, and then recovers.
Miraculously.
Well, of course, what happens is that when you have a disease, the body recognizes that there's a problem and start fighting it. Okay. Now, those who have a strong immunity will be able to fight it. Those who do not have may not be able to be so lucky. And of course, sometimes malnutrition, other diseases like HIV, some drugs can lower the immunity. And nowadays, when we have, some challenges in the country, a lot of people are not feeding well. A lot of babies are not feeding well. A lot of children are not feeding well. So they need the support of these vaccines to be able to boost their immunity.
Before I let Ayo ask his question, we have heard that children who come down with measles also have other things that follow even when they have recovered, like deafness. I've heard about deafness.
Yeah, it's one of the complications of me coming down with measles. Blindness also. A child can go blind after coming down with measles. So many other things can follow. But of course, who wants to see their child suffer? You need to see a child who has measles. It's a lot of suffering. The fever is so high, and the nasty rashes that you mentioned, not to talk of the runny nose and the cough and all that. So what we give is antibiotics, analgesics, a lot of fluid to support the child, to make the child comfortable. But of course, it's a lot of stress on the mother, a lot of stress on the hospital, a lot of stress for the child, a lot of stress on the economy of the family.
Okay, Ayo.
Dr. Lubogi, I know that one of the things that you would want to achieve is herd immunity, but before we get there, can you just tell us what mechanisms are in place for accessibility? Because vaccination sites would make it more accessible to the citizens, particularly in hard-to-reach areas of Lagos.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. It's a very wonderful question. The program is planned in such a way that we have what we call the fixed posts, which are the health facilities. We're talking about the primary healthcare facilities, the secondary, and the private hospitals. Apart from that, there's what we call the temporary fixed posts, which may be in form of a church, which may be in form of a school or a community leader's compound, like a ballet or traditional leader compound. So that is the temporary fixed post. And then we also have teams who are going to go house to house, schools, to churches, to markets, to all those public places where they can find all the children that they can find. So these are the strategies in place. And anybody who also prefers to walk into a private hospital, our teams are going to be there. Anybody who prefers to walk into a hospital, a health facility, our teams are also going to be there. So these will help everyone have access to this vaccination. Also, plans are in motion to send teams across water to different places where they are hard to reach, to difficult terrains. There are plans in motion to send teams to these places.
How about misinformation and vaccine hesitancy? Because, I mean, of course, you know that, those are crucial issues, especially coming at a time when the people are concerned about their safety and even the efficacy of the vaccines.
Let me start from the efficacy of the vaccine. The vaccine we are rolling out, and any vaccine that comes from the government of Nigeria, is efficacious because there are solid plans for storage, for administration. These vaccines are stored safely in cold chain equipment which are powered by solar. It's not reliable on the normal mainstream power, but on solar. So these equipments run 24/7 without fail, and they're being monitored every day. There are tallies, there are items that are being monitored, that are being used to monitor the safety of these vaccines and the storage capacity. So the misinformation, one of the things we're trying to achieve right now, as we speak, is to roll out information, credible information, reliable information to the citizenry so that they can have first-hand information from commissioned officers from maybe the NPACDA, from the WHO, from the Lagos State Primary Care Board, or even from the medical associations themselves. So there is a body, a committee of officers dedicated to giving out information, just like we have different pillars of other officers concerned with logistics, concerned with transportation, concerned with distribution of vaccines, for administration of vaccines. So we also have a pillar that is in charge of information dissemination, risk mobilization, and risk communication. So the misinformation, we don't envisage that it will be a problem. Also, people also have hesitancy, and that's one of the reasons why we are on air. We are going to be doing a lot of advocacy with all the stakeholders, including community leaders, traditional leaders. This is already ongoing. We're also sending letters to schools, to hospitals, to private facilities, to churches, to mosques. We are meeting all these important stakeholders in the community so that we can reach out to the community members and dissuade their fears on this vaccination campaign and subsequent exercises that we may carry out in the country. So vaccine hesitancy, we are aware, and we are doing a lot to dissuade and convince people otherwise.
Well, interestingly, Dr. Olubogi, I mean, you may want to also quickly confirm this, that we experienced a mass measles vaccination campaign in 2022. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Now, having done it then, one would be wondering why there is now a new cohort of unvaccinated children. I mean, just as you said, we're just about 2 years ago. And what strategies do we have to ensure these children are reached during this campaign?
Okay, so first of all, I think the most important thing is adequate information dissemination, creation of awareness, sensitization, which we have begun now. There's going to be a lot of airing of this kind of session that we are having now, not only by us, also by the associations, the APHPN, Association of Public Health Physicians, Medical Guild, NMA, M1, all of them are going to be involved, and we're going to be going on air a lot, whether radio or TV, using the traditional media, social media to convey information to members of the community. Now, what happened in 2022 is that we missed a lot of children inadvertently because the coverage for Lagos State then was 63%, and of course the target was 90 to 95, and if we had a target of 90 to 95, and at the end of the day we recorded 63%, you will agree with me that we have missed a lot of children, at least 37% downwards of children that we have missed. So the idea is that these children that were missed in 2022 will have a fresh opportunity to get a catch-up vaccination in this exercise.
Well, this leads me to the question of herd immunity. So help us understand how the idea of herd immunity works in the context of yellow fever and measles in particular.
So the idea of herd immunity is such that if you have 10 people in a room and there's an outbreak of disease, if you can get to vaccinate about 8 of them or 9 of them, what will happen is that there will be nobody to spread the disease to the last set of people. Let's say you vaccinated 8 people now in the room of 10, and what will happen is that those 8 people will not be able to spread the disease to the remaining 2 people. That is simply what we mean by herd immunity. So we are trying to vaccinate a sizable number of community members. For measles and yellow fever, we're talking about 85 to 90% coverage. So when we can vaccinate such high number of children, what will happen is that you would hardly have any child that can spread the infection to another set of children.
All right, now let me quickly ask you about HPV, because we don't seem to have talked much about that in this conversation. This HPV vaccination, we know, it's also public knowledge that cervical cancer is about the second leading cause of death among women. So how does Lagos, particularly maybe the Ministry of Health, plan to overcome the barriers related to HPV vaccine uptake?
Now, that's a very valid question because the last time we had the HPV vaccination, there was a lot of hesitancy, a lot of barriers that came up to the HPV vaccination. And a lot of people have come out, research experts, biologists, so many interests to talk about the HPV vaccination. And what we realized is that we need to create more awareness. We need to talk more about it. We need to be able to convince people so that they would see the need for the vaccination. One of the important takeaway points from that campaign was the fact that a lot of people felt that, okay, you are vaccinating children between 9 and 14 against human papilloma virus, and you are saying that you do not expect, you are trying to protect them from, because you think that these children are those who are in the age group of those who are already having sexual intercourse, that it should promote children, that it does not happen because you are trying to catch them young. You're trying to catch them before they start having before they start having the exposure. So we know that once we can give them the vaccine at that age, we are protecting them against the HPV.
You say in your message that yellow fever is preventable. How is that?
It's preventable by giving the vaccine. Yellow fever is being spread by mosquitoes. And then if you take Lagos, for example, which is yet to carry out the mass vaccination campaign against yellow fever. If somebody from the north comes to Lagos who is already infected and the mosquito bites the person, the mosquito can spread the infection to other people in Lagos. And we have a problem on our hands.
All these vaccinations are, of course, free.
Free, of course, free.
And you have told us earlier that they are safe.
They are safe and they are available.
Okay, so all those who are suspicious of vaccinations, these vaccinations are safe and they are free and they will save lives.
Absolutely.
It's not that they might, they will save lives. So Lagos State is saying, go there, take your vaccine, whether it is for measles, for yellow fever, or for HPV.
There's also the oral polio vaccination.
Oral polio. So vaccinations going on. And the campaign is on. Dr. Japhet Oluboyi, Vice Chairman, Medical Guild, and Medical Officer of Health, Ifelodun, LCDA. Thank you very much for coming to enlighten us this morning. We wish you all the best in your campaign. And you say the last time you achieved a 63% rate of success. We hope that you will achieve.
We are hoping to achieve 95% this time.
We hope that you will achieve 90 this time.
With the support of everyone, community members, community leaders, the local government, everyone, the medical associations,
Thank you very much.
The imams, the pastors, we will achieve it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me. We're going to come back if you will permit us.
We're always here for you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So Sunrise will return in just a moment with another interesting conversation. Do stay with us.
have a burning desire to transform your country? Can you drive this change with a profitable business? Then this is your moment. Seize the chance to win a grant of 30 million naira, gain top-tier mentorship from industry titans, and connect with an elite network of business leaders. Channels Television is once again on the hunt for young, ambitious, relentless social entrepreneurs ready to shine on the second season of the business competition show, Fund It Forward. Apply now at www.funditforward.tv. Fund It Forward, a Channels original series. Apply now.
Edo State Governorship Election 2024 is here. The spotlight falls on the heartbeat of the nation as the election day draws closer. 18 candidates jostle for affirmation of over 2.6 million voters in the 192 wards of 18 local government areas in the 3 senatorial districts of the state. As the 4,519 polling units in the state come alive, eyes on one seat. And Channels Television is your guide, combing all the nooks and corners of the state for the stories you need to know that the will of the people may prevail. We are indeed ubiquitous. Follow us to get updates on the web, socials, and on TV. Edo Election 2024, live on Channels Television.
Isn't it amazing that some people are still trying to buy votes? I mean, is it?
I just hope that guy was arrested indeed, and he was not let go, just pushed out of the compound. I hope he was arrested because, as we often say, we ought to follow the money. Where did the money come from? And he doesn't just want to buy 10 people, he wants to buy as many people as he can. We have to find out which political party is he representing, which politician is he representing.
But Ayo,
find out.
Ayo, I would have thought that no right-thinking person would actually go and try to buy votes at the polling unit. You do that before the people go to the polls.
Alero, what they call right thinking is subjective. To him, he's right thinking about winning the election and the benefits that come out of it.
So you go where there's policeman, there's soldier, there's EFCC, and you try to give somebody money there? I mean, you are
when you want to buy tomatoes, do you go to the cement factory?
Well, that was brazen as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, let's leave Benin alone for now, because we're going to go back to Benin shortly. So let's talk about other things for now. Oh my God, those are live pictures from Benin, where it is now a local government area, where that chap was just taken away by EFCC. It's raining heavily, and this is going to deter people from voting. Oh.
Well, as you can see, people are outside.
Waiting.
So definitely people want to vote.
Yeah.
People will vote. You know, the resilience of the Nigerian, please don't undermine it. It is there. Just as you said, let's keep this conversation back. Junior achievements, Nigeria's venture mindedness is what we would like to talk about now. Well, as you can see, the rain is pouring. It's not just drizzling. It's pouring right there in Benin City. And I don't know how many people will be affected by this. Maybe by the time we're able to get Sheo or
Dare.
Okay, I understand there's a live correspondent, Dare. Okay, Dare, do you want to tell us anything right now? How significantly is this affecting anything?
See me, if you can hear me right now.
I can hear you, I can see you.
Yeah, yes. So still at the location where I reported from earlier, and I want the camera to capture what is going on at the moment. You can see that is where I reported a polling unit, about 8 polling units, 7 polling units, 10, 9, 8, 7 to 3. And at the moment, what you can see is that voters, INEC officials, security operatives are standing, taking shelter under the building. Of course, they would have to wait maybe for the rain to subside a bit before they continue the process. But earlier, before the rain started, before this very heavy downpour, a situation happened earlier with the security operatives, specifically now, EFCC, coming here. They picked 3 people. I don't know if you're rolling that visual, if you have it. It was a bit chaotic because some of those people arrested were suspected to be vote buyers, and they said they were caught with some cash. What I think the EFCC did in this case was, outside they had their operatives with their vest, with a very heavy presence outside the security operative, with armed men. But inside this particular premises, they had some of the operatives in multi, and they were able to identify some of the vote buyers. But according to the residents who were quite agitated when the suspects were being taken away, they said there was no evidence that those people were vote buyers, that they were being intimidated, and they were kicking against the arrest of those people.
Well, as you rightly noted, I just hope that he is indeed been arrested and that they would actually follow the entire process to the end. But how do you see this rain affecting the process? I can see that people are staying there, I mean, right behind you right there, to continue the process. Is voting still ongoing, or are we waiting for the rain to abate?
Let me start by saying civil society organizations, especially Impact, in the data that they released before this election, they projected or predicted that it was going to be this rain and there was going to be that heavy downpour, which may affect the voting process across the state. And of course, the days here and the rain is quite heavy. So what is going on right now is that before the rain started, voters were just trickling in, wasn't quite heavy. I mean, by heavy, I mean the traffic, the people coming in to vote at that point wasn't quite heavy. But again, what you're seeing right now is that there can't be any queue. Officials are also just sitting. It may just be that they don't have more voters coming in, or can't just continue the process. From the analysis before now, if this rain continues this way, especially at this location I am, I think they would have to wait for it to subside a bit, and when it subsides, they can continue. Voting is actually expected to close by 2:30. They can have that grace. I think there's a justified reason if they push it a little bit further. But there are some locations that may not have this particular advantage. Edo State is one of the states that you know that flooding is maybe part of the problems here. And if you are in a local government or you are in a location where flooding is affecting them, that means voting would have to be suspended until they're able to get to a dry location or wait for the rain to recede or the rainwaters to recede. But from what we are gathering here at this point, not many of the voters you're seeing are actually still waiting to vote. Some of them have voted, are just waiting behind just for the counting to start, which is going to be at 2:30.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you so much, Dari. As you said earlier, as you promised earlier, we hope we'll be able to talk to our other colleagues on that matter. Thank you so much for all that you are doing, giving us the real issues on the ground right there in Edo State.
Right.
Well, yes, go ahead, Alero.
Let's talk about Junior Achievement Nigeria's Venture Manager Program. Is it Venture Management?
Venture in Management.
Venture in Management. Okay. Junior Achievement Nigeria, JAN, is a member of Junior Achievement Worldwide, and it delivers experiential hands-on programs on 4 core pillars of financial literacy, work readiness, entrepreneurship, and digital literacy. And it does this to young people between the ages of 5 and 35. 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I have a team here from Junior Achievement Nigeria, led by the marketing manager, Tobiloba Olaoshun.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. It's a pleasure to be here.
And next to her is Ugonna Achebe, who's a past VIMP participant and is the current JAN Executive Director.
Thank you very much.
Morning.
Good morning.
And then we have a VIMP 2024 participant, Imo Essien.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Thank you.
You look proud enough of what you have achieved at VIMP.
Of course, thank you.
Now, Toby, tell us, who is the target audience of this, and what has been the impact of the program?
Okay, Venture in Management program is majorly for young graduates, fresh graduates, and NYSC corpers, youth corpers that have just finished NYSC or currently still going on with their NYSC program or about to round up, and then fresh graduates that are still barely out of school, barely with few experiences here and there, maybe internship and all of those things, basically just coming into venture management program to experience what it is like to go through a mini MBA program. So venture management program is a mini MBA program that is in partnership with Lagos Business School, where these fellows come into the program to experience the learnings around business leadership and management, and basically see how they can analyze live experiences of what is going on with organizations that are thriving, and learning lessons from how business and leadership is explored in the practical life situations.
Let us take him, for instance.
Right.
Talk us through what he was like before he joined the program and what he became after the program.
Right. Okay. That would be interesting to say, considering the fact that he's here with me. I definitely, so I would also piggyback to the experiences with the current past alumni of VIMP. Barely experienced what business life is about, right? They've probably, maybe a few of them are currently even working, I've just started working in like a corporate organization and all of that, but most of them are not even near the leadership experiences just yet. So this is an avenue to experience life in life, a real situation where business insights is being given to them live from thought leaders, experienced professionals at Lagos Business School, and they interface with these learnings. And of course, we've had great impact stories from there, from that experience. Currently, our current Honorable Minister of Communication and Innovation, Bosun Tijani, is a past, participant of VIMP. Yes, we blow our horns. He's a past alumnus of VIMP, and we have a couple of other notable human beings that have gone through VIMP and have gone ahead to do different things. The current executive director of Faith Foundation is also an alumnus of VIMP, right? So we have all these names to accredit, people we've trained.
Name dropping.
People we've trained and have gone through the experiences, gone through those business lessons, and have evolved to lead notable businesses.
Okay. That's what you have to tell us.
Yes.
Now let us hear for somebody who has actually been through it.
Exactly.
Okay. I participated in VIMP in 2017, and I was rough on the edges. Initially, I was a volunteer at Junior Achievement Nigeria, and after participating in VIMP, I think it was an eye-opener. First of all, I was doing a lot of side businesses, but I didn't really understand frameworks and structure to how it was run. And after the VIMP program, I believe my businesses took a different turn, and I was actually poached by Jan to come serve as their programs manager. So I managed...
Hang on. So you were running your businesses as well as doing work for VIMP?
No.
For Jan, rather.
Yeah, so I was running my business.
Yeah.
And then when I came across, and I was volunteering with Jan.
Yeah.
And when I came across the program, I indicated my interest to participate. I went through the process, and I was selected. And then after the selection process, they said, okay, we really like you, and we think we want you to be part of Junior Achievement Nigeria. And so I started working with Jan full-time as a program manager.
What about your businesses?
Sometimes they say good things have to end for better things to happen. And so that's what happened there. In terms of my career trajectory and where I was going to, I think I'm definitely more in line with what I wanted to do. So Jan was just the perfect position for me. So I served as the program manager for a while. I was with Jan for 2 years. Moved on, used the experiences from VIMP, applied myself, and then I've come back right now, and I'm now leading the organization as the executive director.
Like they say in Yoruba, Omi Kole. That is quite a story.
Yeah.
Now, what about you, Mr. Asian? You have just finished the program. How is it impacting, or how are you going to use it in your life after VIMP?
I would say it's going to be quite easy for me to use because the lessons learned and garnered from the VIMP experience are quite practical. First, I was exposed to a kind of learning structure I wasn't used to, at the Lagos Business School, learning by case studies was something that
Yeah,
was
I find
used
that
to.
very interesting that you are collaborating with the Lagos Business School.
Yeah.
I mean, that takes this whole thing to an entirely different level.
Exactly.
For most people.
Yeah, so that's why the credibility is also there.
Yes, it is. And for me, personally, I'd always envisioned taking a course at the Lagos Business School. So when I saw this opportunity, I mean...
It was a shortcut.
Yes, it was a shortcut. An ethical shortcut, yeah. So I keyed into the opportunity, applied, and I was quite positive that I was going to get in. I spoke with a few past participants, and they made me understand what the guidelines were. And I went through the interview process, and I'm looking forward to applying these in real-life situations. As a matter of fact, we left our hotels on Saturday, and on Sunday, I scheduled a meeting with my team to discuss some of the things I'd learned. And one of the things I learned was how we should get to know our staff personally. And so that meeting on Sunday was getting to know them. So I would say right from after I left Lagos Business School, I'd already started...
KYC
yes,
kind of thing, yeah.
So I've already started looking at applying these things, and they're very effective, trust me. And I'm looking forward to using them in more practical life situations as I go on and grow on. Thank you.
Ayo.
Let me stick with Mr. Imo for a little bit, because for many young people, the challenge is not that these things are possible. The challenge is access. The challenge is interest. The challenge is the motivation. I was at a meeting yesterday, and a young person was saying something that is, well, maybe true about many people, which is, many young people, which is the desire to have it now, fast, microwave. So what was the motivation for you, and what would be your recommendation to other people who you believe need this?
Okay, thank you for that question. You mentioned three things: access, motivation, and interest. So for interest, I would say an individual is responsible for what he's interested in. Okay, you have to, however, your environment also contributes to your interest. So in as much as you cannot exactly determine your environment growing up, your parents give birth to you in a certain area, you're not at liberty to determine your growing up environment. But as you grow on into an adult, you have the responsibility to decide what your environment should look like, regardless of where you live. So the individual is first responsible for his or her interests, and then motivation. Again, I would say that aspirations of life's aspirations, determine what your motivation would be. Still yet, I would peg that on the individual. We all have different things that are driving us. What is driving me is not going to be the same thing that is driving the next person, but at the same time, regardless of what your aspirations are, you need to be self-motivated enough to go for things that will contribute to your future building. And the third thing you mentioned was access. That's what I would like to even discuss and throw more light on. I would also agree that not every opportunity is generally accessible. Yes, and I've come to realize that the quality of opportunities you have access to is determined by your network. Yeah. There are persons who are looking for this opportunity that I have been granted access to, but because their current network do not even know that these things exist, they will not be able to find them, to even key into them. So being a participant at this recently concluded VIM program also emphasized and stressed the need for quality network, because I got to meet highly intelligent individuals from different sectors who are doing amazing in their field. So speaking for myself, if I was to look forward to a big opportunity, it would be difficult for me because the network allows for that opportunity. So for access, I would say that there has to be a strive to gain access and to be a part of highly motivated and highly connected network. That's what I'm just going to say on that. Thank you.
Well, it would seem like you've done all the work that Ms. Ola is supposed to do. You've successfully marketed the program. Well, let me ask Mr. Chebe, picking from what Mr. Essien just said, it would sound like the positioning, because I mean, I don't know if you will agree with me that there are actually a number of people who need this kind of interventions, but they don't even know it exists. They don't have access to it. They don't know how to get it. what would be your recommendation?
So my recommendation is, just like Mr. Imon mentioned, is to connect yourself to the right circle, connect yourself to the right network. I believe that, Junior Achievement Nigeria as an organization, we try our best and as much as possible to expose, to ensure that this opportunity is shared in as many places as possible. We go as far as extending our marketing campaigns to NYSC camps. We reach out to partner organizations who could also share this with their early career team. And we also reach out to some of our university partners as well to also key into this world and share this opportunity to as many people as possible.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Lasho, I know you may want to, my apologies, Alero. I know you may want to still step up where Mr. Imo Essien, stopped. But what else can you tell people about Jan that they don't know? I mean, 25 years is quite a lot of time. What are the other aspirations?
Right. Thank you very much for that question. I think it's very important, just piggybacking to the question around access, is helping people know that there will always be opportunities around you. Our tagline, one of our tagline is creating a world of boundless opportunity for young people. And so we have various programs where you can latch onto, you can benefit from, and you can take advantage of just by ensuring that you are consistently following on the channels where you should get this information. Of course, there are narratives around access and the fact that you may not even be within the vicinity where the opportunity exists. But because we are in a widely digital world where everything is now accessible to you, you definitely have no reason not to be integrated in what is happening. So the question is, where are you and what are you doing with where you are? Because the information is always right at your fingertips. You have social media. We are on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, X, all those platforms. We have the website. And we are always consistently giving information to people about the programs that we run. So venture management program, for instance, we run ads on them about it, pushing it across platforms locations where these young people are. So we're not also limiting it to a location. We're expanding the reach to say, we have presence across all the 36 states, including the FCT. And so you should be able to access this information. The question is, do you get the access? And when you get the access, what do you do with the information?
Mr. Achebe, quickly, we're running out of time. Now, you were a part of them, and you are now the executive director. So, under your watch as ED, how has the program evolved? Is it the same thing that was done when you took part that is still being done now? Or have you influenced a change in the program in any way that is more profitable to the participants? Okay,
thank you very much for that question. The program has evolved in about 2 or 3 ways. One of which is initially the program was only administered to 50 participants. But in terms of access, in terms of reach, we had to increase that number to also accommodate virtual participants, right? So right now we accommodate 100 participants, 50 physically, 50 virtually. And our aim is to ensure that we increase it, by even 100%. So we try to get 200 people. But everything boils down to funding. And so this is where we are also reaching out to various organizations. And we also want to give a shout out to one of our major sponsors this year, GB Foods. Incidentally, the general manager of GB Foods was also a VIM participant in 2003. So we're not just name dropping. We're actually just showing you the impact we've had over the past 25 years.
But come on, you shouldn't have any problem with funding at all, because if we take from what she said earlier, most of those who took part in this thing are now big guns in business.
Right.
So go to them, or maybe they should come to you and offer.
Well, definitely, we're exploring all the options. We're exploring all the options. We've gotten a lot of people reach out to us, telling us they want to fund the program, but we all have to ensure that it's all aligned with everything we want to do.
When is the next program?
The next one, so it's annually, and so the next one is next year. And we will just want to let everybody know, I mean, everyone should have access to these things. I can tell you for a fact, we had over 1,000 people show interest,
wanting to take part,
yes. But we have limited access to being able to accommodate everyone, because for the physical participants, we lodge them, feed them, and they have nothing to spend on. So we are accommodating you fully, giving you all you need, ensuring that you have optimal attention to be able to focus on the training. And they also have like discussions, group conversations, where they make presentations from the learnings through this program. So, I mean, you want to look out for it next year. Parents should endeavor to encourage their young people, because we are in a business-driven world right now. Right, and so we all need the information and the knowledge required to be able to function optimally in our corporate organizations.
I wouldn't want to be part of the body that would have to shortlist 100 people out of 1,000.
Right.
And with all this publicity that's going on now, you're likely to have more than 5,000 next year.
Yes, we look forward to it. And we really also want to appreciate Verake Africa that has always been helpful in shortlisting. We know it's a lot of work, but I mean, they have always been supportive in ensuring that we have the best hands. It was difficult this year, particularly because we had the minimum participants or applicants that we had with the percentage was about 97%. We didn't have anyone below 97%. So it was really a tasking one to be able to select. So, I mean, we're looking for the best of the best. Indeed. And because that's what we want to portray about Nigeria, we want to show that we have the good hands and we have the best fit for the work we need to do.
Indeed.
Not just Verake partners, you know, even our alumni as well.
Yeah.
So our alumni are also involved in the interview process because they understand what is needed for the program.
What you're looking for.
Right.
Thank you very much. Tobiloba Olaosho, Marketing Manager, Junior Achievement Nigeria, and she came along with the Executive Director and a past VIM participant, Ugonna Achebe, and he just graduated, in quotes, from the VIM 2024 program, Imo Essien.
Thank you, Mom.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mom.
Now that you've been to Lagos Business School and you're holding your nose in the air.
Something to brag about.
Thank you very much for coming to enlighten us on Junior Achievement Venture Management Program.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you for having us.
Sunrise will return in just a moment, and I will have Ayo doing all the work.
When you think of Nigeria, do you see the potential for greatness? Then you might be exactly who we're looking for. We're seeking young founders, visionaries, and change makers in the business of doing good. Do you run an innovative startup that takes on one or more of Nigeria's social challenges? If you want to win a 30 million naira grant, expert mentorship, and access to an exclusive network of influential business leaders, your journey begins here. Apply now to be a contestant on the second season of our thrilling social enterprise competition show, Fund It Forward. Apply now at www.funditforward.tv. Fund It Forward, a channel's original series. Coming soon.
Edo State Governorship Election 2024 is here. The spotlight falls on the heartbeat of the nation as the election day draws closer. 18 candidates jostle for affirmation of over 2.6 million voters in the 192 wards of 18 local government areas in the 3 senatorial districts of the state. As the 4,519 polling units in the state come alive, eyes on one seat. And Channels Television is your guide, combing all the nooks and corners of the state for the stories you need to know, that the will of the people may prevail. We are indeed ubiquitous. Follow us to get updates on the web, socials, and on TV. Edo Election 2024, live on Channels Television.
kò tiẹ̀ lè bàjẹ́. Ìlérí Olúwa kò lè yẹ̀. Yóò ṣẹ, òun la sọ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
Gbogbo àwọn tó dúró d'Olúwa, wọn kì yóò pàdánù ohun rere. Sùúrù àti ìgbàgbọ́ la fi ń ríre gbà lọ́wọ́ Olúwa. Dúró.
Ká fọ́ nínú ìrètí, ká ṣe rántí ohun gbogbo tó ti wí. Pé báyọ̀ ọ̀run bá kọjá lọ, ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ àṣẹ ó ti di dandan. Kún fún ìrètí yóò.
Ogun àṣẹ tó bá fi lè dúró.
Well, Alero, you know, well, you're a grandma now, so you may not really understand some of the challenges that some people are going through in terms of children resuming school. But, you know, I've had the privilege of speaking with some family life practitioners. And one of the things that they often talk about is the importance, particularly when it comes to education, is the importance of parent-teacher partnership. And so one wonders what some of those challenges are. Well, what exactly are we talking about here? We'll hear from our guests, but the essence of a parent-teacher partnership should be grounded in the idea that both of them, both parents and teachers, have a significant role to play in the lives of their children. What those roles are and how those roles are played out, those are some of the things we want to talk about this morning. So who is our guest, Alero?
Maybe Hajia Amina Yunus Ali, who's a family therapist. She's a friend of the house.
Yeah.
She's been here on several occasions talking about children. It's always about children.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, and I'm glad to be here.
You don't blame her, do you? You know, but let me ask you, my apologies, Alero, I know you want to, but let me ask you, madam.
Yes, sir.
When we talk about parent-teacher partnership, give us a real-life scenario what a functional parent-teacher partnership should look like.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. That part of the functional parent-teacher partnerships, because a lot of times let me define it first. A functional one would look like where parents can freely communicate about the goals, values, expectations of their child's development effectively with the teachers, who apparently also spend a significant amount of time with the parents and with the children more often than not than the children spend with their parents. So it is a cohesive, integrated connection where both parents and teachers are on board as to what most suits that child and how it can empower that child, enhance the child's unique talents, and then help them develop more effectively and more holistically, not just cognitively, not just academically, but in a more holistic sense. So that's what a functional parent-teacher partnership would look like.
And I think that is very, very important when you said holistic.
Yes.
Now, the reason I think it is important is because most of the time when parents look at the results of their children's performance in school, they're looking at how many grades did she pass maths, English, and the other important ones, particularly because they have in mind that this child is going to be a doctor or an engineer or a lawyer, so they are looking at those subjects.
Absolutely.
So please speak a little further, or explain a little further when you talk about holistic development. Okay. How is that important, and how do parents decrypt that? What should they be looking out for? What kind of conversations should they have with the teachers? What kind of conversation should happen between parents and teachers, particularly in the area of holistic development of the child?
Okay.
So let me break it down this way. On an average, a typical adolescent will spend 9 hours in school each day. Now, within that 9 hours, they are either doing one academic work or the other, maths, English, sciences, arts, literature, whatever. And then they are most likely also doing sports, right? But they are also being exposed to peer-to-peer relationships, peer-to-authority relationships. They are also undergoing now in most schools, like I think I've been opportune to see, we are also having certain vocational aptitude lessons within that. But on a holistic exposure or a well-balanced holistic exposure for the child would also mean we'll look at the cognitive, behavioral, social interactions of that child, as well as the emotional capabilities of that child. What we do find is that the child or the teachers will pay attention to the cognitive part, which is what deals with the academia and their, they would also, and the grades, right? They would also pay attention to the social. But now the social is talking about how well they're performing in sports or how well they are a team player and things like that. The other side of it, the behavioral and the emotional, they expect the parents to, be on top of that, right? And it's okay if you expect the parents to also be at the forefront of this. But like I mentioned, 9 times 5 days a week is like 36 hours. And even some of the students, they have weekend classes. They go to, they're either having an extracurricular activity or they're preparing for one exam or the other and things like that. And then you look at the number of hours the parents have left to spend with the child, and it's not fair to expect that parents would be able to do all those things. Now, the functional partnership would come in if the parent also know who their child is. But what we find is that parents expect the teachers to fix everything. From the moment they are in the KG or baby class, we expect the teachers to do everything, feed them, bathe them, teach them how to say please, yes, thank you. Because we are also having this hustle culture that demands more from parents and expects that the school should be the altar parent in this case. Now, the dysfunction that is not showing up in this non-holistic sense is that teachers are overwhelmed. They are overwhelmed with having to take care of the cognitive and the social, and they are missing out on what they need because, truth be told, not all of them even know what it takes to pay attention to the behavioral needs, the emotional needs of a typical child, not to mention the atypical child. So we are not having this over flooding of the diseases that I call them. I call them the diseases, ADHD, dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia, and teachers are like, how do we deal with this? And then still be effective in helping them meet their cognitive targets and the social targets, not to mention the emotional challenges that the children are now having.
I find it interesting that you are already going into the details of the cognitive conversation, and how it affects the behavioral. Many times, even now, some parents and teachers looking at us and watching this program and listening may or may not even find themselves on the wrong side of this conversation. Many times when parents look at the grades, there is the unfortunate expectation, I don't know what better word to use, that they usually sometimes compare the grades of their child with that of another child as some kind of measure that that child is doing good in school. Forgetting that behavioral development is a constraint or an embellishment of cognitive performance in school. Help us understand that balance and why parents need to pay attention to the holistic development of the child and not just measure the development of that child on the grades.
I think for me, it's recognizing that not all the children in the class can be first. And life is competitive. I heard teachers say this a lot, that life is competitive, so we have to push them, we have to make it competitive, we have to get the best of the best of the best, you know. I mean, we listened to Junior Achievement Nigeria a short while ago, and we're talking about 100 out of thousands of selection. It is a natural phenomenon that there will be competition. For parents, it is understanding what your child's strengths are. Your child's strength may not immediately be academics, but they can thrive in the social connection. And that's one thing I do. So I remember a time when when my daughter just started out school, and, you know, her teacher was pretty young. I'm pretty sure she didn't have a child of her own then. And I know who my child is a pretty social learner. Prior to having taken her to school, I thought that I was going to homeschool this child. But knowing the kind of person she is, I know she can only thrive in a social space. Now, social space does not necessarily mean that this child, or any child for that matter, would be able to immediately grasp concepts and context of academics. However, they can and they will thrive in helping to network other students in the classroom. And those are the things that ideally a parent should be able to know. But this would only be obvious if the parent is paying attention. On the flip side is also recognizing that even in the classroom, the teachers have to understand that as much as they are encouraging competition, the competitions have to be healthy. And I think we need to begin, the balance would be in understanding that there is no blame or shaming, or it's the parent's fault that they are not doing this, or it is the teacher's fault that they are not paying attention, or they are not helping the child well enough. We need to begin to have conversations about what can we, emphasis on the we, what can we do to help this child thrive in all the facets, but excel in that unique strength that they do have, be it sports, be it theater, be it arts, be it academics, be it sciences, whatever it is that the child's unique strength is, how can we enhance that, but also help them pay attention to other things and to have conversations. So when you go to your child's, opening day, for instance, what conversations do we have with teachers? How come my son is scoring 5/10 in sciences, but scoring 10/10 in arts? You know, because again, you already have this preconceived idea of who your child is. The grade is only showing you a part. I'd rather have conversations around how does my child play in the classroom? How does the teamwork work for her in the classroom? How can I help her to do more?
Relate with other children.
Relate with other children. What is she struggling with?
Yeah.
You know, it's not just about the grades. It's also about knowing how I can, help you to make your job easier as a teacher.
Ajia, I'll have you know that when we were in school, there was nothing like Parents-Teachers Association. There was nothing like open day. Our parents hardly had any connection with our teachers, but we got by somehow.
I agree with you.
So what is the big deal about
But then
this
your parents
partnership?
didn't have just to take care of you alone. If they had to go to work, they had someone close they can trust you with, who would also provide and what the school is not providing, an all-present parenting presence. And that is what every child needs. An opportunity to be safe, an opportunity to be seen, an opportunity to be suited, an opportunity to feel secure. Now, the first three would dictate the third. So when we talk about how a child feels or how a child develops to the optimal level, regardless of how their academics looks like, we are talking about how well adjusted that child is.
Yeah.
Because we also know that even companies, corporate organizations these days, they'll ask you for emotional intelligence abilities. And the only place that you can learn this is through interactions. Now, who does the child interact with the most? And who is the secondary authority in a child's life? So it is often the parents, the teacher, the clergy, if you are spiritual, and then the community. But we begin to also notice that the community is dropping off. So in your days, you had a community. It takes a village. My very close friend recently just gave birth, and she was talking about, you know what, there's no village anywhere because it's just me having to do with a newborn and then 2 other children, and it can be tough. It is draining for parents. But if that parent-teachers association can play that effective role of becoming the village, and we stop blaming and shaming each other from and assuming that we are constantly on the, so if a child behaves badly, I don't believe there's any bad child, right? Now, if a child behaves badly or misbehaves in school, what you would most likely hear in the corridor room, in the corridors or school corridors is, oh, maybe her parents didn't teach her well. But if the child felt safe in school and misbehaves, the teacher can stand up and say, you know what, something is going on here. I believe you can do better than what you're doing right now. How can I help? And that child begins to feel two of the seen and soothed, and then she begins to feel safe. And that begins to also affect how that child relates at home. But if a child comes back home, quiet, no problem, and the parent is always saying, she's not talking, or he's not talking, I don't even know how to reach her, and goes to the school, and the child is all social and happy and thriving, the parent can take a cue and say, okay, so something is going on at home. That I need to pay attention to, that is making this child quiet and reticent, and I need to begin to foster a healthier lifestyle. But you wouldn't know if you don't go to the school to go and check what other environment is this child thriving in that I'm not paying attention to, or what other environment is influencing this child. And these are the things, these are the conversations that we need to have as a community, so that we are constantly in that space of knowing that no matter what is going on with our children, the parents have the overall authority, but they can rely on partners. Partners being the child's teachers, the school itself, because it's not just the teacher. I've seen cases where even teachers are good at trying to help the child, but you find the director or the school environment more toxic than not. And then the child, you know, the teachers are handicapped by the expectations. Oh, they have to meet a particular grade level for the state to approve them, or for the state to ratify their existence. And this goes on and on and on. So it goes back to being a village.
You mentioned something earlier about you said it in passing, homeschooling.
Yeah.
But I caught on to it, and I was going to ask you, I think more and more children are homeschooled now.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what the reason is, but what would be the benefits if you want your child to thrive and to have interactions with other children, interactions with teachers, interactions with other people apart from parents at home? What would be the benefits?
There are benefits to it, really. And so I would often advise that, you know, don't put a child in homeschool if you haven't tested the child in a social learning space first, to know how the child can cope. But there are significant things to also identify with a child, because not all children are born the same. So I mentioned earlier that one of the reasons that I wanted to homeschool was I didn't like the fact that it's the same curriculum, the same expectations, the same bar that different children with different personalities have to cross every now and then, right? But noticing from the get-go, so my daughter wasn't one that, you know, the first day of school, most children would cry. My daughter said, she was 3 years old, she said, bye-bye, mommy, I'll see you later.
Well, what happened on day 2? What happened?
Day 2 was the same thing.
Oh, because many of them say bye-bye, mommy, because they've seen
day 2 was
people
the
their
same.
height.
I had zero problem with leaving her in school. I was the one frightened at home. Now, I've seen her cousins, right, when they were starting school, and it was also like, when are you coming to pick me? I'm tired of this place. I want you to go home, right? And you would look at how different that is. But you would also expect the same children to mix and to be the same way all the time. There are children who are good in academics, but they need that one-on-one connection to say, I see you. I know you're struggling with this. What do you need? There are children who already have exposure to anxiety, perhaps through birth deficiencies or difficult pregnancies that their parents had. So they already have a congenital anxiety or predisposed to depression right from birth. And then you put them in this big room with other children playing and shouting, and you're expecting them to thrive. These are the children that are often left behind or labeled. And they would have done well if all they had was just one person looking at them and saying, I see this. I know you can do this. I believe in you. I know that. But a typical teacher has 15 students to take care of.
Yeah.
What time does he or she have to do that?
In fact,
to every
15
child?
is a small number.
I
Some
know,
classes
right?
are 35.
Exactly. And I'm even thinking about it in terms of private schools. Public schools is a way different.
Yeah.
So what time does that, before the teacher takes care of the lesson plans for the next day, ensures that they are meeting up to the quota that the federal government has given them? It's a whole lot. But that is what we're saying, and I think that's where the awareness of parents need to come in. Like parenting 101 class, know who your child is. No child is born the same. They may all come from you, but know who your child is. Know their personality, know what their love language is speaking about, know what they are inclined to. So, and you can see this in how the play. You can see this in social interactions. Homeschool facilitators now, I do know that they also organize peer social learning. So it is limited interaction, but it also fosters the social learning concerns that people who are in the general school or in the typical school also have to go through. But the needs are different, and it is all about knowing what is best for the child. So no child is left behind.
Is there any way that technology can help in this relationship?
Yeah, technology does. Technology provides information. It provides campaigns and awareness and advocacy for the child. But it's also about recognizing that not all children are going to be caught up in the frenzy of the digital era. Some of these children still need to play in the sand. They need to feel water. They need to get messy.
Which many of them don't get these days.
Exactly. But then because we are still driven towards, we want our children to be technologically advanced, we are missing out on that. The holistic part, like I mentioned earlier, also has to do with the need to feel. And you can only feel texture. You can't, you could type all you want, but you can texturize sand and water and clay dough, and all those things.
My children always used to ask me in those days, you people didn't have mobile phones, you didn't have computers. So how did you all play? I said, you'd be surprised.
Oh,
we played.
And we had fun, right?
We played with sand.
And that's what fosters friendship, isn't it?
Doing 10-10.
Yes.
And listening to Tales by Moonlight.
Absolutely. And those were things that also increased our intuition and our inquisitivity and encourages us to want to know more and to do more. So technology is good, but it is the balance. Always keen into what is important for the child and what makes the child even more interesting and interesting.
Interesting. Every time we talk about children, we get fresh insights. I remember the 14-year-old, I'm going through a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And in all of this conversation that you have had with Madam, one of the things that continues to play on my head is, at the end of it all, the parent is more central than the parent is aware of. The result of whatever the child becomes is not just subject to what the child produces, but what the child inputs into the child. That's what I'm taking away from what you're saying, Madam. That the parent is more central in the education of their child
than they think.
School.
Yeah.
And that partnership has to happen. If that partnership will happen, parents are very important.
Have to be interested, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you very much for coming, Hajia Amina Yunus Ali, a family therapist and coach.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for always answering every time we call.
It's always a pleasure. It's always a
you.
pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
And thank you for being with us thus far. We have reached the home stretch. See you in just a moment.
Do you have a burning desire to transform your country? Can you drive this change with a profitable business? Then this is your moment. Seize the chance to win a grant of 30 million naira, gain top-tier mentorship from industry titans, and connect with an elite network of business leaders. Channels Television is once again on the hunt for young, ambitious, relentless social entrepreneurs ready to shine on the second season of the business competition show, Funded Forward.
Apply now at www.fundedforward.tv.
Funded Forward, a Channels original series. Apply now.
Edo State Governorship Election 2024 is here. The spotlight falls on the heartbeat of the nation as the election day draws closer. 18 candidates jostle for affirmation of over 2.6 million voters in the 192 wards of 18 local government areas in the 3 senatorial districts of the state. As the 4,519 polling units in the state come alive, eyes on one seat. And Channels Television is your guide, combing all the nooks and corners of the state for the stories you need to know that the will of the people may prevail. We are indeed ubiquitous. Follow us to get updates on the web, socials, and on TV. Edo Election 2024, live on Channels Television.
Well, we want to, you'll be wondering who is our guest of the two of them. Well, you will find out shortly. But just to begin by saying that our guest is a UK-based gospel music minister. So you know one of them is home-based, so to speak, how that is going to happen. Please, let's welcome our guest this morning, Dunamis Olufunke, who is our guest this morning. Okay, you see, she's in Lagos.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, it's exciting to see you. First of all, let me begin. First of all, you chose storytelling in your lyrics, in your songwriting.
Yeah.
How is that? Where did that come from?
How else do I want to express my message if I'm not telling it as it is? And it can only come in stories, sequence of events, your experience, and what you've been doing, you know. So I find it easy. And then folk song has been, it's been something I really love. Let me say, it's a genre that I easily fit in when I tell my stories and songs. So it's just the easiest way for me to express.
I can imagine
myself.
I can imagine you are one of those people who grew up listening to folk music a lot.
Yes.
What were your favorite genres? Please don't tell me Sakara.
No. If I want to start from way back when I was young, it used to be Abib Karim. You know that one that did Jesu Shoun Long Bani. Elédùmarè Baba Shoun Long Bani. Mo dúpẹ́ o Jésù ó gbà mí tilé tọmọ. Jésù ó Shoun Long Bani. You know, and Akin Adébáyọ̀, Ìmọ́lẹ̀ Ayọ̀. Those were the ones I knew way back. Ìrẹ́ ni mo ní Ọlọ́run ẹlẹ́dàá mi o. Bàbá mi mọ̀ dá mi lóhùn lásìkò tí ó yẹ mí. You know? So, with that one, and then he went on to Tope Alabi, you know, Shola Alison, and Kent Edunjobi also fits in. That's what he does. So it makes it easy for me to collaborate with him. If that answers your question.
Did you come to the studio with a natural vocoder machine? Because it would seem as you were singing the way you sang with a microphone inside the studio. Did you come? Anyway, let me not ask you that question. How are you able to balance? Of course, it is a compliment.
Thank you.
How do you balance music and your role as a wife and a mother?
Wow.
But before you answer that one, how did you get into music, knowing the challenges that are in the industry, and why music?
Well, I started in 2020, you know, shortly after COVID. You know, it was a very quiet time. That was a time to reflect, and you fear God the more during that time. So that was when I started, not too long ago. And I did not start music because there is an industry or there's a competition out there. I just started because I knew God had placed something inside of me that must come out. I have to empty it. I've always been singing in choir in my church, New Covenant Church, Woolwich. I've been there for almost 20 years now. And, you know, I just felt I have to do more outside of church. And I knew God had deposited something inside, which has to come out to the world. So
what were you doing before that?
I was working as a youth worker in the UK, you know, and going to church.
Youth worker in church?
No. Generally, you know, what I did as a career over there is in the health sector, you know, where you look after young people and follow them to achieve their ambition. So you're more like a key worker and a youth worker when you in that role.
And you stopped that during COVID?
Oh, yes. I stopped that because I came to Nigeria. That's come and be with my husband, you know, so I stopped working right then. And I've actually not been back to work since then, so...
You've been singing since
then?
Yeah,
I've been singing. It's been the ministry. Praises to God. So, back to what Uncle Ayo was saying. Music is not, for me, it's not an industry. It's not a competition. I'm just putting out what God has deposited in me. I can't see any industry. I can't see it. I just see me achieving purposes and fulfilling visions.
You're definitely in for a ride.
Thank God.
And if you're making money on the side, it's fine.
Yes, of course.
Absolutely. I mean, I totally agree with you on that, Alero. You know, but I'm also very much interested. I mean, Alero, you would understand this question. So how are you able to balance motherhood, wifehood, if there is such a word, and music, knowing that music, the expectations of the demands of the music industry can be very unregulated, could come at times, and, you know, so how do you balance them?
Firstly, I would like to just say thank God for my husband. He has been very supportive. He has been a lover of music. He loves worshiping. So he makes it all easy for me. Sometimes I will just see him singing out of tune. And once I join in, we are in for a ride. So he loves to worship. So that's made it so easy for me. He wants to support me. We do have a, sometimes like, no, you can't do this at this time. We didn't plan for this. It's just happening. I said, well, this is out of our hands now, my dear. This is in God's hand. We can't control it. He likes to plan everything, and I like to follow rules, but most of the time I break the rules. Because I tell you, like you said, it can be so unregulated. Things can just happen. Like yesterday, my pastor from the UK said I have to be in Ibadan to minister, and I was scheduled to do it on Friday. But on getting there, they said we had to wait till this morning. So that we had to quickly go and talk about it. What do we do? I saw his look. I'm like, okay, what do you want? Should we stay? Okay, let's stay. No, we're not staying. We're going back. Eventually, we had to be here today. So we came back last night, after last night. So it's not been too bad. With the children, they have their own setting. I mean, my children are in the UK. One is in the uni. I have a younger one who needs the attention mostly now. So I only have one that's...
I do beg your pardon. We just have to pause a little bit now.
Okay.
And go... I am sorry. Please carry on.
Oh, all right. So, yeah. Motherhood, I only have one that I have to focus on now. My children are doing very well. One is working. So the responsibility is becoming less and less. So, but majorly and most importantly, I have my husband to thank. I have him to thank. He made it all easy.
Your husband lives in Nigeria?
Yes.
And you live abroad?
With the children.
How do you juggle that?
See, when I tell you it's out of our hands, it's because sometimes we don't know, but it works. It's working for me.
It's working for you, but it can't be easy working in Naira and changing and sending to you in pounds.
Yes, I know. I know, Auntie. Auntie Alera, I know that. I know, but well, I have to just thank God that He's providing. It's not easy doing that bit, but thank God.
Okay. And you have 2 children?
Yes, I have 2 of my own, 2 steps. So all in all, I have 4.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So that video that was just shown, where did you record that, here or over there?
Over in the UK. We did that in the UK. But we felt we had to bring it back home as well. Kent is based in Nigeria. I was over there. So we were able to do it when it was with us over there. So, but we had to bring it back home, which is why we're doing this.
Why isn't your husband in that video?
Well, maybe next one. Auntie Alero. You want to put me in trouble.
Does he not support your ministry?
He does. He's the backbone. But, we will talk about that one. We have to do one with him in it.
He's shaking his head.
Mr. O. Mr. O of God.
Well, I actually, I know also that, don't worry, I know what Alera is trying to do there, but
we have to do that.
Answered very,
now
very
that
well.
you have said it.
I understand we should actually take a quick trip to Edo, but before then, let me just ask you this one. So here you are, you have put a signature on your music, on how people see Dunamis. Folk music and traditional mostly.
Yes.
And storytelling.
Yes.
Now, where do we is this your first album, by the way?
No, this is the 4th one actually.
4th?
Okay.
Yes. We started with Shemi Lore.
In 4 years?
No, singles has been, 4th in 4 years. It's every year we just release a single. We started with Shemi Lore and Bugbola, and we did Modukpe and now Duro Dolua. So it's been 4 in all.
Okay.
And it's all been the same kind of genre.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for coming. Dunamis Olufunke.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
All the best.
Thank you so much, Auntie Alero.
Yes.
Thank you, Okwayo.
Before we close the show, we have to nip over to Edo State and find out exactly what is going on. Sheung Okimbaloye is waiting to tell us what is going on. Hi, Sheung.
Hi, Alara. Welcome to.
Oh, it's still raining over there.
Raining cats and dogs. Oof. Literally can see them on the road, rolling here and there. And the weatherman predicted, warned about this rain, that it will be for about 2 hours. And yes, the weatherman's warning came to pass. Of course, your producer, Ayola, knows much more about what the weatherman says and how it comes about. We've seen a lot of flooding these days, and the people of Edo State, of course, are getting a feel of it. It's not only in Benin City, it's been raining also in most parts of the state. And of course, in all the 18 local government areas and in the 4,519 polling units where voting and accreditation has since commenced, well, YAG Africa says that about 17% of polling units started early at about 8:30 a.m., and a lot of them had some delays in commencing the exercise. Thanks to the NYC, the core members who are on compulsory one-year youth service to the nation, they are really doing an amazing job in getting this work done. But let's quickly have a quick chat with the Director of Welfare and Health Services at the NYC headquarters in Abuja, Mr. Omotade Ayola. He joins us live here, right here on Channels Television. It's good to see you. Thank you very much. How's it been for your core members that have been deployed? How many of them are deployed for these elections? It's been very wonderful. I need to say this. And so far, so good. 2,550 core members are deployed in all the 18 local government council areas of the state as presiding officers of each polling unit. And we've been moving around the entire places, most especially within the metropolis in Benin here. And it's been very, very nice talking to our core members. There are no issues at all. Voting is going on peacefully, even in spite of the nature that is pouring down the rains for over 2 hours now. It's been very wonderful. But Mr. Omotade, there seems to be some delay, not to the fault of the core members. But what are they telling you? But I must say, with all due sense of responsibility, we've been around for quite a while on this duty. I must say, with all due sense of responsibility, that there has been a lot of tremendous improvement in the logistic arrangement of core members, for core members. We also moved around as a team yesterday to see the engagement of core members at the various rack centers. It's been very wonderful. But I believe that a few issues here and there in terms of logistics will not impact negatively on what we are seeing on the ground. But altogether, your relationship with INEC in this election, has it improved? And if there is an area that there should be an improvement, what would that be? You've been taking care of welfare of these core members in terms of their welfare, because a lot of them slept in these classrooms today. There are those who will say maybe the relationship could be better, and the welfare of these young Nigerians can also be improved upon in this kind of exercise. Yes, we actually working on their welfare, on, of course, the relationship between NYC and NANEC on incremental basis. It can only get better. Don't also forget, life itself is a sacrifice, and even the work that the young men and women are doing is also a big sacrifice. No amount of compensation in terms of Naira and Kobo that will be able to compensate for whatever they are putting in terms of commitment and out of patriotism to their nation. But they come about, even in spite of whatever may be happening, they are fired up to contribute their quota to the development of the country. They see it as a call to national duty, which is very much more, accorded that importance, much more than any Naira and Kobo you want to talk about. All right. Mr. Omotade Ayola, thank you so much indeed for your time. Omotade Ayodele. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. It's nice talking to you, Shea. Thank you so much. The Director of Welfare and Health Services with the NYC at the headquarters in Abuja. And of course, there are a lot of people also monitoring these elections. One of those groups is the election monitoring arm of the Nigerian Bar Association. I will be speaking with the General Secretary who is leading the team right here in Edo State. But if you look behind me, the voters are undeterred. Some of them are leaving their homes and they are taking shelter in some of the buildings and some of the tents they have around and ensuring that the votes are cast right here. If you look around me, you see all of the polling units littered around here, but those people are very resolved into ensuring that their votes cast. Thank you so much, the General Secretary of the NBA, who is leading this exercise. Thank you so much indeed for coming. What's your observation so far in this election?
Yes, thank you very much, Seun. We arrived at the first polling station of ward that we got to this morning. We got there at about 8:25, and we observed at that polling unit that the INEC staff arrived there arrived on time. The setup was timely, and of course, generally, what we have observed with regards to the election here at the various stations that we have visited is that the elections are generally peaceful, orderly. In virtually all the wards we have visited, we also observed the presence of security operatives in and around the various polling stations. People are conducting the elections in an orderly manner, and we have not seen any security challenges.
But in terms of the operation and the deployment, it does look like there was a slow start in most polling units.
Well, like
and from the records, Yaga Africa that set up a PVT, were monitoring how early some of these materials are deployed, is saying that just about 70% of the polling units started at about 8:30 a.m. at the official starting hour. What do you have to say about the commencement of the exercise?
I must confess, like I said, most of, we have also seen polling units where the officials arrived quite late. And of course, we interacted with some of these officials. They blamed it on transportation. It was because of the fact that they could not get here on time, and because of they could not get transported on time.
Issue.
But that was why they got here late. But essentially, for most of the units that we have visited so far, I would say they commenced, for some of them who did not commence on schedule, maybe like 10, 20 minutes behind schedule. But for most of them, like already 12 wards, units, is it 17 to 21 that we first visited? A lot of them have started at about 8:45. They're already voting. So accreditation and voting had commenced at about that time. So generally, we observed early commencement, and we also observed orderliness, the conduct of the election.
From the perspective of a lawyer and NBA, legally speaking, do you think everything is in order, especially in terms of security?
Yes, I just said that. You can see, as you can see yourself, the whole place is well secured. We only in this place alone, from my observation, we should have about close to 50 security operatives for these units here. So I would say the security, the protection of people and the properties and materials is in order.
All right.
To my mind,
thank you
from my observation.
Thank you so much indeed. NBA General Secretary there, speaking with us on the situation of things. Thanks so much indeed. I appreciate it. Alero, Ayo, these are some of the issues that have come up in this election, which of course will be a major talking point going forward in the conduct of elections, not only in Edo State, of course, in Nigeria. We've seen some of the top candidates cast their ballots, and some of the pictures they were being able to show on China's television. And one of the intriguing ones is the arrest of some of those who are alleged to have been involved in vote buying, and EFCC had made some arrests in that respect. The Nigerian police force had also said they caught some persons with some ammunition, and the records are being investigated. And this is some of the situation we're monitoring. Of course, the official hour for the end of the exercise is 2:30 p.m. Anyone who is on the queue at that hour will be allowed to vote until the last moment when everyone has voted. And that's been some of the updates right here at the Agbado School in Akwapava in Benin City, Oredo local government area.
Thank you very much, Shil.
Thank you so much, Shil. Yeah, absolutely.
And that brings to a close our program for today. We hope that you will join us again next Saturday when Ayo, I hope, will be in Lagos. I'm Alero Edu, wishing you all the best this weekend and through the next week.
And I'm Ayo Makinde. Do have a beautiful and productive week.
Bye-bye.
On this edition of Metrofile, members of the Institute of Secretaries and Administrators, ISEN, mark the 48th annual induction in grand style. It's a celebration of a diverse culture as the Chinese government in Nigeria commemorates the Mid-Autumn Festival. We attend the funeral service of the late Chief Biola Emmanuel Olashope in Ekiti State. Hello and welcome to Metrofile on Channels Television, where we bring you the glitz and glamour in the best of celebrations. Good to have you here. I am Ewalua Ogunbodede, reaching you from our Lagos studios. Today on Metrofile, we have a special edition of tastefully selected events just for you. And as always, we implore you to sit back, relax, and enjoy it. Please watch out for flash photography as you do. Let's begin with a night of celebration at the Institute of Secretaries and Administrators, ISEN, as they mark the 48th annual induction dinner and awards night with the usual necessities of a grand celebration of its caliber in full display. Enjoy.
The 48th Annual Induction Dinner and Awards Night of the Institute of Secretaries and Administrators is in grand style in Lagos, drawing an audience of members and esteemed guests eager to celebrate the occasion.
I am wholly delighted to welcome you all once again to this year's annual fellowship induction, dinner and awards, and fundraiser of our great institute, the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria, ICSAN. I am also very excited and delighted to say this is my last conference as president of this great institute. And I say that with every sense of responsibility and with every sense of gratitude to all of you members for your amazing support so far to myself and the team. It has been truly a worthwhile journey. Thank you so much.
The evening's guest speaker delivers an address reflecting the remarkable strides made by the Institute members both within their ranks and in the society at large, urging them to continue their efforts in championing positive change.
As we reflect on your profession's evolution, one cannot overlook the critical role of members of ICSAN in governance, compliance, and strategic leadership. Your expertise is vital to Nigeria's growth and development across various sectors. As you gather and reflect on the Institute's journey and the progress made, it will become obvious that ICSAN has grown stronger and its members have excelled in various fields of endeavor in the profession.
The stage comes alive as the Institute members, led by the President, launch the highly anticipated 2024 edition of their annual publication dedicated to governance professionals.
To the glory of God, it's unveiled. Thank you very much.
The atmosphere buzzes with excitement as a smooth saxophonist serenades the audience, perfectly setting the tone for the procession of the Institute executives. And this marks the commencement of the induction ceremony.
The people that have been inducted today, they are the pride of the nation. They are the pride